The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Tired of chasing the same chicken dinner? Now it's your chance to change the game itself with the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest. 3 ways to enter. Go loud with combat modes. Go tense with survival modes. Or go full creative with racing, parkour, party games, or whatever this is. Publish a new PUBG UGC mode for the community to play on and compete for your share of $95,000 in prizes. Every winning mode gets uploaded to PUBG Playgrounds, featured for the community to play. That's your name out there. Plus, the top 10 in every category win cash, including $10,000 for first place. And you don't have to wait for the finale. 10 creators get picked mid-contest for putting something great out there early. Then the community picks its favorites. 6 more winners will receive cash prizes and will be chosen by the players who will actually play their modes. The contest opens on August 12th. All Battlegrounds Plus players can upload their creations. Build your mode. Make your rules. Join the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest now. We'll see you on your Battlegrounds. A new LMG and scheduled meta changes. A new way to explore UGC. And PUBG when you can't play PUBG. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.3 patch report. First up, a new weapon is hitting the Battlegrounds. The RPD is a 7.62 LMG that features a faster reload time and higher damage than the M249, but with a slower rate of fire and muzzle velocity, giving it a feel all its own. LMGs in general are receiving a rebalance as part of our new seasonal meta rotation, which we'll have more information on in an upcoming video. But for a quick taste, expect faster reload times and improved horizontal and vertical recoil. Next, we're turning the Battlegrounds into a playground. Your playground. PUBG Playgrounds is now live, allowing you to discover, create, and play community-created content in one easy-to-access location. This will allow you to drop into a selected UGC mode through matchmaking, instead of through a custom lobby. There are even UI improvements for team selection, the end-of-match screen, and more. We'll refresh the available UGC modes with every monthly update. So there's always something new to check out. The best UGC all in one place. PUBG Playgrounds. We're also bringing back a fan-favorite mode during our regular maintenance times. Presenting for the 3rd time ever, PUBG! Get ready to hunt down your very own chicken dinner! Chicken dinner all maintenance long! That's right, PUBG is coming back. And you can play it during every single scheduled maintenance to pass the time before you can get back onto the real battlegrounds. Scores will be tracked in both normal and hard mode. So rack up your best score and share it with your friends. This feature will only be available on PC for now, and will not count toward your playtime if you happen to be at a PC cafe. We've also adjusted the hybrid scope's reticle size a bit, made firing from vehicles a little more challenging, added some key binding options, and a number of other customization and visual improvements. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.3 is here, so pick up that new RPD, drop into some UGC, and beat the pixels off player Omnom. We'll see you on the playgrounds. Battlegrounds.
This one's titled Sexy Play. It was honestly one of the nastiest 1v2s I've seen in a while. Check it out.
Holding that staircase, all he's got left in the bag though is flashbangs. He'll try to send it. Tries to push across. He gets one.
Gets one. Look, pops. 4 bullets left.
Both of them have to reload.
Back in, back out.
Back to it. He gets him. Cold 119. Puts him in a blender.
Bro.
119.
119.
You gotta give him props. That was a sexy play. The full reload. It looked like
that was
a rookie
nice.
game for
Okay. Yeah. He got him. Is he gonna go round 2? Oh my god, there's another glider. Wait. This guy's goated glider driver. Okay, that was sick. That was sick.
That was also luck, but that was clean as that he stayed on the top.
9?
Yeah, 9.
10. Alright. О!
Ну хлеба. Не, думаю, боль, не, ну красиво очень.
Че, он на русском спросил?
Левый, бля, или правый?
Дайте бумагу туалетную. Это ограбление нахуй. Давайте бабки, жвачку.
День закончился, мы его отмечаем Липтоном Ice Tea.
Почему отмечаешь только ты?
То, что только ему досталось.
Потому что я самое главное лицо этой организации, лицо нашей компании. Let's go. Заткнись.
За его подвинуться.
Заткнись.
За его подвинуться.
Заткнись.
Welcome Nixie and Beamy, and so before the final match started, what was the mood inside of the team?
We knew that we needed some points to qualify, maximizing points, I don't know. Like we kind of knew who was in front of us, who was below us. The mood was like, I don't know, like, that we're gonna qualify now. Yeah. We didn't really think about it that much.
It was a bit of backhead that like after we killed GK that we probably qualified, but we weren't 100% sure. So like every point mattered.
Like when the final animation came through, like the winner with the chicken dinner popped out on the screen, what's your talk to each other?
We qualified.
A bit like, yeah, we were hyped and also kind of relieved, I guess, because yeah, we made it on the last game and now we don't have to play more qualifiers most likely in this event.
Yeah, definitely qualifier is the hardest part for us.
Yeah.
Let's talk about sharing your favorite food. Okay, you've been in China for a little while now, so have you found a favorite local food right now?
I mean, I've just been doing the fast food and like pizza, burgers. I have not really done too much local food. I think Nix is more of an expert on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say my favorite food is hot pot. Last time we were in China, we kind of ate it every day.
Imagine you could invite any PUBG player in the world to join your dinner tonight. Who would you want to invite?
I'd probably say Gustav, just because he is usually pretty funny like at these kind of dinners and conversations, so he'll bring like a good mood and a fun mood.
Fought your way to the final stage. What do you want to carry forward from that experiences?
Even if we played this survival stage, I would say we learned a lot. Like some things that we can carry over. I don't want to leak what, because we're gonna show it in game at the other day. So
I think we realized there were a lot more adapting, like between the games and these survival stages and these winner stages. So I think we can take a lot of that with us for the final stage.
Still, congratulations, incredible comeback and like unforgettable final match, and best of luck in your final stage. So see you in the games.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
we prepare for PGS 9, let's take a brief look at the challenging road our teams took to get here, because the race for PGC is rapidly heating up and our survivors are running out of time. Events within a PGS circuit are connected. PGS 7 feeds into PGS 8, and finally they both feed into PGS 9 collectively. So let's start with a look back at the stars of PGS 7. E-Arena outshone the rest as they lifted the PGS 7 trophy and signed the plaque. PGS 8 wrapped up Sunday, and the games were made up of highlight after highlight, which started in the winner's stage. The 16 final teams from PGS 7 started here. The winner's stage was dominated by Soup and Petrichor Gaming. Two teams that had an excellent showing in PGS 7 managed to extend that highlight reel here at PGS 8. Petrichor had a sizzling start to the day with a 4th, 2nd, and a chicken dinner. The first and the second place finish were accompanied by double-digit kill counts, sending them on the path to the win. E-Arena, the defending PGS champions, finished in 4th, only 4 points behind first place, to make a strong statement that they may have the consistency to win yet again. When Game 5 ended, the bottom 8 included both the Falcons and Full Sense, who were desperate to make the finals not only for a chance to win PGS 8, but also to get the points needed to go directly to the PGS 9 Grand Final. The survival stages started in earnest. Fast rotations, aggressive play, and more explosions. When the smoke had cleared, a new Korean powerhouse was emerging as Geekay started their run for the finals with a 16-kill chicken dinner in Game 1.
It's gonna be Geekay for a great chicken dinner mark here. Extremely well played by them.
This win set them up to eventually finish second, and everyone was extremely impressed. Until the 2024 PGC champions Gam the Expendables won Game 3 with 22 kills. I will give you a minute to process that. 22! That is actually insane! They ran the lobby the rest of the day and finished 20 points above third place to round it out. Falcons managed to squeak into the finals while defending PGC champions Full Sense could only muster up 9 points in 5 games and condemned themselves to the PGS 9 survival stage. Day 1 of the PGS final began with a scream as PGC 2019 champions Gen G kicked things off with a solid 10-kill chicken dinner. But sadly for our heroes, that was the last great moment we would see from them for the weekend, as a series of hard rotations and lost gunfights left them in 11th overall. Made in Thailand, champions of both PGS 1 and 3 this year were looking to add another feather to their cap. Their Day 1 was an impressive showing in the art of consistency with 2 seconds, a third, and a 6th. In fact, they finished out all 10 games with only 2 matches outside the top 6. But those 2 were enough to cost them big as they finished in 4th overall on the weekend. The Falcons, who were desperate to find the points needed to get a direct bid to the PGS 9 finals, started strong with a 3rd and 4th place. But their real shining moment came in Game 4 when they took a 13-kill chicken dinner, 8 of which came at the hands of their newly branded in-game leader, Gustav. The PGS 7 champs, E-Arena, couldn't find traction and started their first 4 games with a total of just 9 points. They did manage to pull out a hard-fought 4th place at the end of the day that set the stage for Day 2 and a tall order for your defending champions. E-Arena began Day 2 with a wild light in their eyes, a chicken in their pocket, and a 12-kill game on the leaderboard. They then won a 2nd place, and everyone thought they might just do it. Only the 2nd team ever to go back-to-back at a PGS. Sadly, it was not to be. Their last 3 games would see them on the bottom of the leaderboards, and they end their run at a respectable 5th place. As Day 2 continued on, the Falcons and Virtus Pro found themselves facing a formidable 17 Gaming. It all kicked off in Game 8. The Falcons, off the back of a strong Day 1, were in the top of the leaderboard, had the confidence to play a strong game that saw them gathering momentum and 12 kills. That is, until they ran into the crosstown rivals 17 Gaming. 17 then used this momentum to finish off Virtus Pro and take home a 13-kill chicken dinner. Virtus Pro took the loss as motivation, though, and claimed another second place with 8 kills in Game 9 to move themselves into a 4-horse race for the top position. As the final match of PGS 8 began, the top 4 teams are only separated by 8 points, but 17 has the buffer. Myth tries a desperate ambush onto Virtus Pro in the mid-game.
VP instantly tries to respond, follows up, Baron gets the second knock. Now realizing it's VP, Scappy on the other side of it, tries to see if he can get into a better angle, but trying to dodge out the nades, Nixie finally does manage to take down Baron. Scappy charging the hills, but it has been read by VP. Nixie, the multi-MVP, needs to get it, but is protected by Petrichor Road.
Virtus Pro and the Falcons continued to fight valiantly to catch 17. But for every kill they got, 17 seemed to get 2. All 3 teams fought their way to the final circle along with APG. And in a flurry of chaos, explosions, and desperate car sends, everyone fell in the top 4. Except for 17 Gaming, who boldly claimed the chicken dinner with 11 kills to go along with it. It was 17 Gaming that lifted the trophy as your PGS 8 champions. And as the second half of the year kicks off and the road to PGC throttles up in earnest, as we prepare to kick off PGS 9, every team has to be asking themselves, can I be the one? Well, we will find out on August 20th when the fight breaks out. I can't wait to see you there, but until I do, play more PUBG.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next. Take me to the front line, better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my pride away. Take me to the front line, put me in the limelight. You ain't gonna take my shine away. Take my shine away.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back, my friends. It is time for PGS 8 Circuit Final. As we get ready for a 15-game grand final to crown the champions, we have to first wait and see who gets through the final qualifier. My name's Toffees. I am joined by Matchroom, Porosaurus, and Avenger to break down the action and a little bit of a unique format this week, Porosaurus.
A little bit. It's the finals, man. We finally get 15 games, but before we can do that, we got to do the survivor stage, the last survival stage, to figure out who will be completing up that lobby. Top 8 from that final from last week, that insane final that y'all had last week. I just got to sit at home and watch it with the boys over there in Twitch chat, but that was a nutty ending.
I know. I'm excited. I'm excited for PGS 9 because PGS 8, I said it at the start because it's still on my mind. It was such a crazy ending. It came down to 4 at the last bit, Martin. That's not something we get to see every day.
Yeah, it was extremely close. And, you know, now we're tripling the prize pool. We're doubling the PGS points. It's even more exciting. And it's a best of 5 to get those last 8 spots here. And it's going to be crazy. And also, considering everything, if you've won every single PGS this year, you would have 360 points. Today, the winner gets 120. And I would argue, well, today, the winners of this weekend here get 120. And I would argue, if you win this one, you're almost guaranteed to go directly to PGC.
That's a good argument.
It's a solid argument. Would you counter-argue that? I don't think anybody would.
Nah, not really.
Okay. I was leaving it open for protests.
Counter-argues.
I would counter-argue Martin on just about anything, but this one, I'll give it to him.
Fair. This time you pass. All right, Matt, this today, though, is kind of a big deal because our teams are used to 5-game series, but as Martin put it, this may be the most important 5-game series of the 3-week combination.
I will say that some of our teams are good with 5-game series. The ones that we're going to be looking at right now are the ones that struggle the most in it. This is essentially the Mr. Potential lobby, right? As it's going to be teams that we know are good, but just can't quite find a way to navigate these 5-game series. We got names like Twisted Minds in here, JD Gaming that's been on a big come up. We've talked about Gen G a lot this year, as well as 4 Angry Men in the strengths. I mean, even Alpha Gaming that was vicious, that did great at EWC, is going to be playing in this. So there's a lot of teams that we know have a big upswing. It's just, can they handle 5 games and find a way to do it? I mean, what do you want? You want to protect the perpetual underdog inside of a team like Sharper, or do you want a squad that we're just kind of confused on why they're even performing this way in T1? You get a little bit of everything in this group.
I like that you've just made up a new segment that I think is awesome called the Missed Potential Lobby. Let's talk about missed potential teams. That's a great idea, Matt. Literally. Great call. I want to start with Poro, and then I'll go to Martin. Looking at this lobby, let's talk about missed potential teams for you. Where's a team that you look at that you go, this team has just missed their potential, and I'm waiting for them to catch up to it?
Man, okay, look, you know I like playing with stats. I got fun stats, right? I love stats. So we talk about number of games played where a team was in the top 5 in that game, right? Like they went into that game, they played that game, they were in the top 5. You look at the most Virtus Pro has played 44 games, 32 games they were played in the top 5. Like they were in overall leaderboard rankings. But you look down at the bottom. Tyloo, not too terribly surprised. T1, 24 games. Navi, 24 games. 4 Angry Men, 24 games. T1 has been in the top 5 0 times. Navi 1 time. 4 Angry Men 2 times. That is insane to me. All 3 of those teams. Navi, there's just no excuse. Navi, T1, 4AM, all of these teams were teams that we were looking at the beginning of the year thinking, this is their time, right? Like this is their year to really show what they have. And I mean, we sing their praises all the time because we see them do such phenomenal things in single game increments, but they just haven't been able to put it together at all this time around.
I like that. Very great. I feel like I could hear you digitally spit as you spoke those names. Martin, what is your missed potential team?
I think there's many, and I think it's on the verge of illegal that we have Twisted Minds, Navi, 4 Angry Men, Anyone's Legends. This is world-class players and teams that shouldn't be here. Like, I don't know what their path here has just been, it shouldn't be happening. Navi missing 2 finals in a row here in a state where sure they just changed, but like they just had an amazing run throughout the beginning of the year. Fairest has kind of moved into this fragging IGL role, and then they changed it up. Number 1 rule we all know and love to say all the time: don't fix it if it ain't broken. And that has been the story of a lot of these teams. They're trying to fix things that is not necessarily broken, and maybe trying to invent new systems that has been a little bit of a struggle bus for a lot of the teams.
Let's talk systems, because it seems like systems in general is not the name of the game maybe anymore, Matt, or the systems have changed dramatically. I feel like there was a time when it was a very recipe-driven game, and it doesn't feel like it's that way anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that there's a lot of technical aspects whenever we look at some of these teams and how they approach the game. Like, a great example is the wider split that's like a full 4-man split that Gen G will do at specific times. But with the way that the circles have been hard shifting around, and just due to how center we see a lot of these circles go, sometimes we see them kind of losing a player here or there because they can't respond fast enough. 2-2s were the name of the game last year, and it's been harder for a couple of these teams to kind of readapt into them. Some of them are still finding successes, but also not consistent successes is really what we're going to be looking at. So whenever we're looking at get close to center, get yourself some mortars, some explosions, try to hold it, try to shoo everybody away from you, keep territory control style, you would think that squads such as Navi would be phenomenal in that, or Gen G. I mean, when you look at Gen G's roster, the fact that we're not talking about them every single week is mind-blowing to me. I mean, it's Salute and Soul on the same team, while we've got Bean and D, who was a rising star from last year. This is a team that should just be able to absolutely frag out in any given situation. So what we're looking at a lot of times is where teams are just struggling to find a way to put themselves in an area to showcase that firepower, and often taking 1 or 2 casualties very early, like around circle 4, maybe 5.
That was a great breakdown. I do want to real quick touch on the format that got us here and what we're playing for, because it's $300,000 here this weekend, which is much bigger than it has been for the last 2. So you get that $100,000 first prize if you make the grand finals. But as you saw in the last slide, the teams who play today got to make the top 8 in order to get to that grand final. And as Martin brought up, 120 PGS points. So, Martin, firmly believe 120 points. Winning will qualify you straight to PGC, and it comes with a pretty chunky paycheck to boot.
Absolutely, 100 grand right there in the pocket. And just to even further the statement, currently cut off 8th place is Navi, 110 points, right? So if anyone in the mid pack wins this 120, they're already going to have like 50, 60 something points like that. They're going to be so far up and ahead in the lead there. So that's going to be easy peasy. But also the amazing skins that you can now check out in game topies. I have picked up too many of these.
If you want to be at the top of the pack, this is how you do it. You get them all. 2026 PUBG Esports Global Partner skins. First drop out now. Who's your favorite jacket? So everybody say it at the same time. 1, 2, 3.
E-Arena. I'm trying to figure out this E-Arena. Is this a new E-Arena color scheme?
Maybe.
I
It's
like the gold. It's sick, honestly.
200
All right,
kill
I have
club.
something to add to this one here.
Okay, go ahead, Martin. Go ahead.
Really important information. 148 matches done by him as 232. Very impressive. But Chan is in here with 112 matches played only. So average kills per match is actually on Chan. He's the king. He's rising quickly.
Do you have his average in front of you versus him as his average? Out of curiosity.
187 divided by 112.
Yeah, okay, I'll do that. Let's talk about the mom leaderboard. Kid still with the most moms out of anybody, killing it with 10. But Hakatori has actually climbed up into 9th, and not at this event. I'll tell you that so far, Poro.
Yeah, that feels like earlier in the year.
Man. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse at this point.
No, you don't have to.
Navi's about the deadest horse in this lobby outside of Ty Lue.
Oh, damn.
It just, but look, you have Hakatori, you have Boostic, you have these other two guys. Everybody's been telling me, Reddit's been telling me for years about how Navi's like the best team in the world. Like we gotta, at a certain point, you gotta put up or shut up, and like
You can't be taking this information from Reddit.
No, come on, man. But this is look. I agree with them. Like those two players are insanely talented, and obviously Hakatori wouldn't be at the top of the leaderboards with kills if they weren't. But like, it's just crazy to me that they have not found a way to translate that into performance on the leaderboard.
Yeah. We saw the overall PGS combined points. They're flying booth pretty fast, but I agree with you. And I think that's why we're beating a dead horse, is because I don't think this, as much as we joke about it, was just a Reddit assessment. This was something where we expected Navi to have a great year based on these numbers, the same way that Gen G was brought up a minute ago. I think, Matt, you were talking about how good these players are. It just doesn't make sense that they're not putting up bigger numbers. To be here in 15th with the overall combined of 8 is incredibly depressing, because these are the teams that you kind of want to see go the distance. Let's talk survival stage. Let's focus on this now. These are the teams that are taking the field. Let's pick one or two that you just feel is going to have a really hard time getting out of this one, Matt.
Getting out of this one?
Yeah.
Who's on this? Who's getting on the struggle bus tonight, Matt?
I mean, I'll follow up with Poro and say Ty Lue, because it's been hard. It's been very hard for them. I'll take one that is a guilty pleasure of mine, though, and Sharper. I think that there is a world where maybe they do touch top 8, but if they do, it's going to be in 7th or 8th.
Okay.
They are very inconsistent, but Earth Zeppelui has been trying his hardest. You can see that whenever he's stuck in these salvage positions, he's really trying to find a way to find like some successes for himself and for his team. We've seen him have a couple of solid like 1v3s. But again, it's just inconsistent when we look at Sharper. They go out so early sometimes for what feels like, I guess, an ego flex. And it's because they think that they can take a fight that they have won previously, and then suddenly it just isn't there in that approach. Something is fundamentally different, and they just lose everybody early. So I don't necessarily think that Sharper's going to get there, but I think that there's a potential. For Ty Lue, I don't know what you want me to say. Bottom of the leaderboard, most likely. That's where they've been enjoying living.
I'm trying to wrap my head around why we chose Anyone's Legend and Twisted Minds to compare here. Right?
Potential teams, they should be good, right?
Okay, yeah. Okay, maybe it's of the things that we're watching here today, those are teams that should be really good. We did see him as an example both in that leaderboard of overall players, so someone to watch for sure. But let's talk about survival stage cutoff. 31 was last point cutoff. Usually I go over to Marv. I'm going to go to Poro on this one for the cutoff. Do you think it's going to stay in this sort of area, or do you think because it's such a specific, special final 5-match event, it's going to be a little bit different?
I think you could probably say around 30, right? Like, obviously, after if we have another situation like Geeke where they just kind of pop off and win the first 2 games and kind of sponge up a lot of points, then obviously that number could lower. But I think everybody's going into today thinking 30 points is going to get it done.
I think I don't think it made it. I think 30 is sort of where the teams target off the first place. It looks like we are going to be doing a little bit of a Grassy Pastures kickoff. This is fun for me, Martin. We get to start and finish on the Grassy Pastures. And as we do that, I think we're getting ready up. Let's go check in on the new haircut.
Jacket.
Factor 3 2026 PUBG Global Series 9. Over the past 2 weeks, we witnessed E-Arena and 17 Gaming claim their championship moment. We also witnessed Virtus Pro, DN Supers, Geek Esports, Falcons, Made in Thailand, and Patricia Road fight their way through, chasing a spot in a final stage. Here at PGS 9, only the strongest will survive. With double the PGS points on the line and the PUBG Global Championship fast approaching, the competition will be more fierce than ever. We'll step up to the final stage and battle alongside the best. Let's find out. Be the one.
The Falcons fall! And now 17 charges down after Alpha Gaming!
心情就是激动吧，那种肾上腺素上来，就是你又是主角这种感觉。我想把最后一次的那个 PGS 3天的那个奖杯拿回去，因为我还没拿过。
From the final game, what stand out the most is I think we should have been a bit more aggressive earlier on. But as I said, if it was like the first game of the tournament, we would 100% have killed APG and then fought 17 later. You also need to learn when to play aggressive and when to play passive.
We're happy that we're second place, but it's not first at the end of the day, which is our goal, to be first place.
Oh my god, MC.
There's not been like a team like us so far throughout this year. I would say, we're just happy that we're so consistent, but of course we want to win.
Com certeza nosso crescimento foi muito grande, porque a gente não classificar e às vezes não conseguir jogar o jogo na PGS 7 para conseguir uma classificação boa e ainda disputar na final, tá perto ali ficar no top 8.
ก็จริงๆก็ถ้าสมมติเราไม่ได้ตามเป้าหมายที่คาดหวังไว้ก็จริงๆก็คือจะรีเซ็ตทุกๆรอบครับไม่ได้เอาเกมที่แย่ๆมาทำให้ตัวเองรู้สึกไม่ดีครับก็รีเซ็ตแล้วก็เล่นใหม่
PGS 7과 PGS 8 때 저희 팀원들 컨디션도 안 좋고 좀 팀 합이 맞지 않았다는 걸 느꼈던 것 같습니다. 그 라인에서는 이제 최소 탑 3 정도 들면은 좀 만족할 것 같습니다.
从规赛之前开始，我们其实有一个在上升的趋势。决赛第2天，我们又开始犯了之前所犯的很严重的问题，这给我们敲醒了警钟吧。然后希望在后续的比赛去把这些遗憾弥补。
Thì em nghĩ là đối với team thì ở BGS thì team có cái vía khá là xui. Một phần là em nghĩ là khi mà chung kết tụi em khá là tâm lý, và nếu mà bắn vòng lại thì tụi em khá là tự tin và rất là chiến. Nhưng mà vào chung kết thì tụi em bắn với một cái tâm thế khác, nên là tụi em nghĩ là tụi em cần phải tìm được cái bản thân mình ở trong vòng chung kết.
ก็ผมคงคิดว่าเป็นเพลงอกหักแล้วกันครับเพราะว่าใน PGS ที่ผ่านมาเรายังทำได้ไม่ตามที่เราคาดหวังหรือว่าแบบยังไม่สมหวังความคาดหวังของผมหลังจบสกิล3คืออยากจะทำให้ดีขึ้นกว่ารอบก่อนๆที่เราทำ
내가 진짜 빨리
일단 제가 생각하고 있는 모습은 지금 저의 자신감은 PS9에 올라갈 거라고 생각하고 있고 올라가서 이제 우승 경쟁을 하는 게 아마 진지에 좀
Is this how the story If that's what you want, then it's how our story
is the PUBG Global Series 9 here from Shanghai, China. It's 2026, but 24 teams are about to get their statement made. They get a chance to get their way to the top 16, and this is the trouble right now, Martin, is the fact that 8 teams have qualified through their overall standings in 7 and 8, and the remainders have to drop out of a plane and have 5 games to say we deserve to go to battle with the best that there is.
Yeah, the 16 teams that have not yet proven that they are, the best amongst the top 16. They have this chance to do it. We have some teams that are big surprises to many, obviously, in here. And for me, again, like some big names that are having previous PGC champions, teams that have been performing at an extremely high level at the start of the year, and they still haven't been able to kind of prove that. Na'Vi being one big name, T1 was one of the names where we're like, okay, these guys are dominating. They've been able to do so well throughout the start of the year, but then have fallen off heavily after a summer vacation, I guess.
All right, let me ask you this, man. I asked you for the struggle bus boys on this one. I'm going to ask you for who do you think doesn't deserve to be here? Who do you think has just had actually a pretty good run, and maybe you were surprised that they slipped a little bit and ended up in this situation? I know.
Has had a very good run?
No, but like,
okay.
Maybe surprised.
I get what you're saying. I will
Yeah.
say that the ones that I expect to do well and I wish that weren't. For me, I think Four Angry Men falls into that category. I think that they're trying to be a little bit more successful, especially whenever we look at kind of how the team is set up. JD Gaming, I think I'll put into that category. It feels like they were very active in a lot of their firefights. They didn't always necessarily win them, but there was a lot of upswing, and you could see what they were trying to work for on a macro level. For me, whenever I'm looking at this, it's kind of my goals. Who's doing well macro-wise?
I like that. Well, let's see, because in Game 1, macro is going to matter. As Poro has alluded to, and I'm sure he can talk more about it, finishing in the top 5 after Game 1 in a 5-game series is a very big deal. And now is time to close that deal as the grassy pastures is upon us, and the first step of a 5-game race is about to commence. We're going to send it over to the casters. The dynamic duo is going to be Matchum and Porosaurus with the call.
Yeah.
All right, game 1. We've got a plane path that starts over military and ends up around Kameshki, so Lord only knows. We could get some Stalber, we could get some military. If it's just part of the trend, we could just get a whole bunch of water, because it feels like that's been the name of the game for it.
The options are literally limited. You already see a number of teams kind of dropping coastline, heading off to the east. Really just interested to see if anybody runs into each other right off the bat. I mean, you see Expendables and JDG, obviously our 2 teams in gray, are going to be landing right on top of each other in that military base, very close to each other, but it looks like they'll be able to just get a vehicle and get on out. I think the Expendables may be looking over towards the east, while JDG looks more towards the west.
So Toffees was kind of alluding to what you were mentioning about like maintaining consistency at the start. Seems to be a very historic precedence. Hey, managed to steal it away. Gingy only gets one of the cars.
Okay, well, I mean, at least they got one car, but they also got the man out of there. So all is safe here. Is Perfectix. That's enough to make him push away. Yeah, that's easy enough. But yeah, man, just kind of looking back at all the team's performances through the Series 1, or I guess we're in Circuit 2, Series 1, 2, and Series 3 is what we're currently in. But looking at the Series 1 group stage, winner stage, survivor stage, all our 5-game sets, essentially, all the teams that finished at the top were all pretty much there the entire time. Like, they started the day in the top 5 and were able to finish it that way. Like, it's very hard, it feels like, once you get that good start going, it feels like it's a lot easier to kind of build off of that than it is to try to fight your way back up if you have like a very slow start, a 0-point game or a 1 point, 1-2 point game.
So do we think that's because of just momentum at the start, or do we think that that's just because this lobby is a little bit weaker than the other ones?
I mean, I don't want to say any of these lobbies are weak. I mean, considering what we're having to play with, right? Like 2026 PUBG, like it definitely feels like some teams are starting to get a little bit more comfortable in the new meta than others are, and it feels like, I don't know, man. After watching back some of these games, you get the sense And obviously, I'm not in comms with these guys, right? Like, I'm not listening to them. I don't hear them talking. But, like, I'm hearing myself back in my own ears. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. It caught me off guard, too. I heard it.
Yeah. But you look at them play, and you kind of get the sense that there's a lot of games where they kind of throw it into salvage mode early. And it's I don't what that means to different teams is different, right? Like, it could mean trying to take every single fight and trying to fight. But you see these teams that'll get involved in fighting in the blue, and they get third party or fourth party, and they'll do it time and time again. I feel like T1 is like patient zero for that. And a lot of these they end up losing guys early, and then it's so hard to try to salvage anything from that.
Yeah, it's a lot of these teams that used to play like Edge beforehand for a couple of circles.
Yeah, for sure.
You just can't find that anymore. Like, the meta just is so punishing on rotate between the mortars and the BRDMs. If you don't if you're trying to minimize movement as much as possible, as it feels, and regarding that, quick update on the circle. Of course, it is going to be kind of centered around Rajok, depending on which way you want to say it. And then we've got the river that's going to be cutting this into a like 50-50 north-south circle. Most of the team's going to be leaning into the south. No surprise, just that's based off of drop.
Okay, well, check.
What the? Did the hand of God just drop that car from somewhere? Where did that even come from?
I'm not even sure. I think we came in a little late on that one. Okay, all right, Navi. We'll be able to reset. They're fine. Like, they've got this death road. Like, they've got plenty of things. I mean, the next team that's in their way as they make their way into the circle is Twisted Minds, who's doing a 2-2 split with Absent School, right? Like, I don't think Navi goes much further than that. But one thing I can say about Navi right now is that they're sticking together. Like, they're death balling. They're not trying to do any wide 2-2 splits early on here, and I can't say I blame them. Like, trying to keep guys together. If you're struggling trying to figure out your way through the early game, it feels like keeping everybody together is probably a good solution for that.
Yeah, I mean, there's tactical decisions on why we see the 2-2s and the territory control splits, but I agree. If you're struggling, just get everybody together and defend one spot and, like, kill whoever comes at you and crashes you. And maybe that'll give you a little bit more, I guess, of a momentum start on it, because, like, even if you just eliminate anybody from these lobbies, as center-centric as they've been, it's going to be massive for you. So here is going to be JD Gaming going for an emergency pickup. Duck Juice does spot. Looks like he's getting some damage, but not enough to really punish it. So could be a jump into any section of the circle. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe it's more Severny sided towards the north. We talked about a center meta. Poro, this is a different beast of it, though. There is like almost a full 500 meters all the way around the circle that nobody is playing it.
Yeah, this is a byproduct of the circle, isn't it? I mean, this is essentially 50-50. Like, it's going to go north or south, and nobody really wants to shove all their chips in any one direction. I mean, I guess if you want to make the argument that maybe Navi, maybe Sharper, kind of hugging a little bit more towards the south, only two teams actually fully committing. Actually, only one team fully committing to the north, and that's Nemesis right now. 4AM does have a foothold. They've got Hasameme up on one side, and now they're spotting out Vitality. As you see, Vitality will drop down into the mortar craters just to avoid these shots from Hasameme. But, yeah, I mean, everybody kind of leaning south here, it seems.
I mean, that's not too big of a surprise. We often see it on these 50-50s. Most people hope for the southern area, right? Just because it can hold more territory, more terrain is kind of conducive to the teams. They don't really like the upper area. But squads that could be gambling, such as, I think, Tyloo, looks like they might be eyeing a bit of that northern rotate. Team Liquid's going to be coming in from the east, and no real big targets until maybe anyone's legend, but there's a couple of compounds that they can stop at along the way. They do have Navi that's going to be over to the west. Centered up in this one around Razak is going to be Jin G. Of course, we just mentioned Twisted Minds a second ago, Poro. T1 doing that full 4-man-ish, well, I guess 3-man split around Sunken City, Boatyard, whatever you want to call it, in Ruins area. That's going to be full Synths. That's going to be getting a bit close to them. I wouldn't say necessarily encroaching on that territory, but just moving down into Ruins a bit more. The Expendables are doing a very wide wraparound. Gatka looking at Everest side as Tyloo is going to opt into the north. JD Gaming did opt into pulling, and they are in Severny, so no big shocks on that. And we do also have Godlike that's doing a rotate back behind Vitality. Vitality's kind of around the lake and Nolene to the northwest of Yasnaya. They got rebuffed by 4 Angry Men, and that could be a problem for Godlike.
This is going to be an interesting game for some of these teams because of the plane hugging as far east as it did, a lot of normal drop spots were out of range. As Godlike now running into Vitality called it. They were making their way around, but it looks like Godlike is going to take this fight. Vitality will fortunately be able to get one guy out, and he's just going to have to send it right into the lake and get some support from the cliffside, from his teammates. Should keep him alive. And Godlike will just retreat off of this. But remember, 4 a.m. was over here as well, kind of looking in this direction. But the new circle has popped, and it is going to favor more towards the south. But all this still inside the zone.
Godlike trying to be very opportunistic there. I think realized one of the players for Vitality was just kind of caught out in rotate and just was using the lake as a way to see if they could steal a point away, but the lake also provides some safety back over into the rotates. You can see it is going to be Sharper going down to the south. That's going to put them pretty close to that Navi positioning. Twisted Mind's going to be great off in their spot for the time being. Godlike runs over Godlike. That's a bit of a problem. So now they've got 4 Angry Men in front of them and stealing a bit of their compounds, but there's going to be enough of a split over here that should be fine. 4 Angry Men's going to regroup, but could have a problem. A couple of teams now starting to get closer and closer by the second. This one didn't get too dicey too fast, as it is going to be the pull-up coming up from Alpha. I wouldn't be surprised if they just land in the trees. Shin could find himself with some friends, but that's going to be about it. Soul! Nice shot on a Tycon.
He did not snipe that man out of the air. Soul, that is disgusting. And now Shen will get spotted out by Pow, so good eyes on him. Immediately finding that knock and flush upon landing, but Alpha will have to reset as they're getting shot from behind. They now know that 4 a.m. is right ahead of them, but 4 a.m. already making it inside the compound. They were able to survive that push from Godlike because of that unfortunate knock on the pull-up from Godlike. But this Alpha pull-up is a little bit different beast, as now Alpha down to 3, but they have a good position here in the woods.
Battle in the north, as it is going to be Nemesis and Tyloo playing around the God buildings. Looks like Lee is very far over into the east to see if maybe the squad and the rest of Tyloo can wrap around the Yasnaya Lake, but that means that it is a lot more Nemesis players close range. Tyloo does have some buildings that they're playing around, so there is some safety provided in that. Nemesis, I think, might just be trying to see if they can catch anybody, but Hausker doesn't look like he's going to overstep too much. It doesn't look like from the way that Hausker's looking around that he has any idea exactly where Nemesis is set, though.
I don't think he does, because Nemesis has been up here since the beginning. Like we said, they were the only team that was a full 4-man squad on the north side of the river. And they've just kind of been hanging out here. Tyloo came in later. So they are scouting out, as you said, just looking across the river over towards Razak as we get to see Soul. No. You kidding, bro? That is nasty. We've seen some pretty disgusting bolty shots this tournament, I gotta say. I'm glad to see it back. We're gonna get a little bit more before we get into the inevitable LMG era, but at least we get to see Soul putting bodies in the ground from range.
Sorry, I'm having PTSD from you mentioning the LMG era. I love LMGs, but boy, that RPD, it hurts.
Yeah. I hope you do love LMG. You see a lot of them. Okay. Well, that's a shift.
Okay, so
this is about to get nasty on the south side. Holy moly.
JDG looks like they're going to cross very quickly, try to take control over the hillsides pretty close to where Nemesis is at. Nemesis was playing that more open section. They're going to be punished for that if they don't regroup fast enough. Cole's going to be rolling right on top of him. I agree, down to the south. There's nowhere else to go. Sharper's going to bypass right next to anyone's legend, running next to Jinji as well. I think that they're trying to make it over the road, but remember that had a lot of control based off of what we were seeing going on with Nemesis a moment ago. Nemesis, though, having to stay so movement heavy, doesn't look like they're trying to keep that on lock. Sharper's just got to stop right at the bridge. No good options. Jedi does go down, and most of the teams at least trying to find some safety, except for poor old Sharper.
And they do get the flush, too. Nicely done there by Powell, as Alpha has just been hanging out in these woods. We said this was going to be a pretty decent spot for him, as 4AM's going to avoid that Team Liquid is kind of backfilled 4 a.m., but the shots now from Gen G is Gen G is going to push right on top of this. Aggressive positioning here from Gen G to start off the day, even knowing that there is a team in that woods. They know how to avoid it, and they're going to spot out Tanawat. Gen G picks up another knock. Let's see if they can get the flush, get the points.
No punishment coming out from Razak right now, so that's going to be great. They're going to try to exploit this. Gen G trying to get momentum going. Thunder's going to go down. Does he have an idea where the other ones are? It's going to be Earth just trying to cling to life over here. The last one up. Thunder's going to be down close to him, but it feels like it's a bait trying to go for it. Soul coming in. Nades on both sides of it. Being down low, Soul on top, and no punishment coming for Gen G yet. Finally, Ian taking a couple of shots, but it's not much. It's just him.
Yeah, nothing coming this way just yet because school is still in. So Twisted Minds was able to just regroup over there, and they took their time before making their way any further north. So Gen G, their backsides are fairly clear here, with the exception of Alpha, obviously still in those woods. Arsapalui is going to have to move out of the way. That's going to give Gen G kind of a good indicator of where he might be hiding, as it's just preemptive grenades being sent by Earth. For the time being, we'll see if he can stay alive a little bit longer. That's a great one. Puts it right in their pocket. Soul and D are down, but the smoke clouds have been dropped. They might be able to get them back on their feet.
For Earth, this is great because remember, he still has Alpha that has been taking pot shots at his squad. Well, technically him now. So with 2 players down for Gen G, technically 3 is Raining's going to spot out another one. Gen G's aggression. Oh, they were in such a great compound. And they wanted the points. They wanted to set themselves up with momentum, and they are just getting punished for it.
That sucks so bad for Gen G because that's the right call. The aggressive play call, go out there. But the problem is they just weren't able to finish the fight fast enough. Zapalui wasted enough of their time, and then just beautiful grenade on his part to get the double knock, and now it's down to Salute as we see the circle will pop back up to the north. Again, nobody was thinking that this was going to go north of the river, especially after that C2 shift.
Well, I mean, Nemesis and Tyloo being rewarded for it. Twisted Mind's going to be coming in with an emergency pickup. This is going to be mostly hills. Yes, we do have some Razak that's going to be in play, but it is going to be just ridge lines galore for teams to try to work around. T1 trying to see if they can get any shots on this bridge position that Twisted Mind's going to be landing at. This is more into the west of what we were watching just one moment ago. So T1 trying to defend it, going to be regrouping. Nemesis just to the north of them. Poor old Salute's going to be hanging out over here as Vitality is going to be next to a JDG into the north. And I don't know, it just feels like there is nowhere for Gen G to go. That is going to be all she wrote. And the early aggressors, the first one's out.
Back to the lobby as Twisted Minds pulled off a really sneaky, clever play there. We'll talk about it here in a second as Zapalui will get taken down in the end by Alpha as they get another kill. Now up to 4. Still playing bridge trolls, but T1 looking over in that direction. But Twisted Minds, remember, they were down in school on the south side. Instead of trying to make the rotation, the wrap up through Razak, they instead decided to take that emergency pickup. They lose 1 in the process, but look at this. Now Team Liquid down to Alo, will spot out 4 a.m. Gets 2. Can he get another one? He can! Team Liquid will get another one off of Alo before his vehicle eventually. Oh, that's not his vehicle. Okay, I got baited there by the cameraman.
Alo alone, but still putting up the numbers. So squads that still need to move in. Up to the northeast, we've got Vitality and JDG right next to each other. Godlike's just going to be to the south of that, trying to control the area that Alpha might be trying to go for, but they don't have much control over it themselves. Nemesis on the high ground. Looks like they're starting to get feisty. I see mortars being prepped up by Nemesis, and it looks like those could be sent on the Godlike route. Poor old JDG over here, they've just got this little bit of a ridge that they're trying to use for some safety. It's them and Vitality thinking the same thing. Alpha's trying to make their cross around the bridge, and that's going to get punished by Na'Vi as well as Godlike.
Great work by Godlike to hold that push. As Alpha now down to just 1.
Mortar!
But the mortar does come. You said Nemesis was looking over in this direction, and they will hit that first one. The second one will hit the tree. Fauna bleeding out quickly, though, as Sosa, I think, landed a few long-range shots. Even will try to return fire and maybe go for that res. Nice hit landed on Diffx as the mortars continue to fall. They're going to go for the res here.
There's more coming, though. push comes up from Na'Vi back behind this. They saw those mortars come in. They know that Alpha's weakened. Looks like they're trying to backstab onto this, see if they can find some points. Vitality still trying to hold back. JDG, his shot's going to come out from Diffex. Nemesis living up to their name, and they are punishing everybody from that high ground. Any interaction that's going on over here is getting demolished. Diffex even going to be able to spot out more what's going to be going on. Alpha Gaming does get eliminated, but it is going to be godlike. Now having to deal with JDG, December 12th to the north, and Na'Vi to the south.
Well, this is a big indicator right now for Na'Vi how this day might go for them. They came in late. They're playing edge. This is the fight that they wanted. Can they take it clean? But that's a good grenade from Haven to take down Hakatori. JDG will get finished off. If Na'Vi can get this last knock, they should be able to reset here.
Okay, the timing's working out perfect for them. They don't have anybody back behind them for the time being. So it's really just about focusing in on Godlike. Nemesis really kind of keeping an eye on what's going on with the circle. It's T1 that's doing some corralling onto Godlike and making this more complicated. The controlled center of Godlike is what's eating most of the punishment. Haven up to the north of this has been trying to provide some level of support, but poor old Tony is just in the thick of all of the explosions, and Haven looks like he just has realized he can't do too much more from this angle, so he's trying to reposition a bit more up the hillside since Na'Vi seems to have an idea on where he was at given the shots that he was taking at them just a little while ago. But I don't know how Haven can really support this other than if Na'Vi goes for a full push up this hillside, which they don't want to do given Nemesis's position.
Yeah, Haven knows that Melman from Nemesis is staring daggers in his direction. He cannot make that peak. The only thing you can hope for is maybe Na'Vi decides to get aggressive, but Na'Vi doing the smart play here, knowing that Nemesis has the better position, knowing that they've already got 3 points off of this. They would love to be able to flush it out, but the stopwatch in their head is ticking. Heather has the Alm. That's going to be Hakatori. Don't peek that sniper tower. That's dangerous.
Everything seems so smart until suddenly it seems problematic. This circle is mostly going to be like a valley leading into the bridge. We've got a couple of these higher ground positions that kind of recess down. At the top of all of it, like we've been talking about, is going to be Nemesis. They're just trying to punish everything, but they're burning through utility so fast. Team Vitality is going to go down, and that's going to be the go sign for Na'Vi. They're going to roll up, see maybe they can get a drive-by right on Godlight. A couple of shots do connect, but whoa, it has just turned into a mess over here. Na'Vi still has to roll up, and Nemesis is focused in.
How many times this tournament have we seen Na'Vi hop into vehicles trying to go for the seat swap and they get absolutely roasted? And this is just another one of those instances. And now it's all down to one, and he's going to go down as Boostic will get taken down, as Spiro gets taken down. Liquid goes out, and there you go. Spiro, the last player left alive. Na'Vi, so unfortunate. They were playing it so well, but they ran out of options. And Team Nemesis is looking real strong to start off the day.
Down to the south, we still have the Bridge Trolls in Twisted Minds. They're going to have to be dealing with anyone's legend as well as Full Sense. I love it whenever we pop over the moment I start talking about this setup. So this is going to be probably our new focal point where something's got to go on. T1's got a great position that they've just been kind of corralling everything as the new circle pops. And T1's going to be keeping an eye on it all. Nemesis is going to keep in a lot of their high ground, so Full Sense, Tai Lu moving into a pretty bad situation. And T1 is loving it.
I'm telling you, that move from Twisted Minds to take that emergency pickup from apps just to this bridge, they do lose one in the process. They lose Example, which is a huge L, but the fact that they kept 3 alive and they didn't have to fight their way from the south, they didn't have to go through Razak, and now they have this bridge position. This is a late game-winning type position if they can pull it off.
It's a tight position.
It's something, but I mean, you can see T1. I mean, they are. This is literal tower defense. They are all 4 in the tower and just controlling everything around them.
I mean, it's a good call because there's the bridge that's down below them, and it kind of forces everybody to walk right into their good old tower setup. So to the north, it feels like Nemesis has realized that there's plenty of control that they've managed to take over in the east with destroying what was going on with Godlike and Na'Vi, so they can move over there. Use a little bit of the hillside to keep some distance from T1. T1's going to be mostly focused on the plethora of targets that are down below them because they are starting to frag out. This is kind of what we would expect from T1, to find kills. And I mean, if you get the circle, just start killing things, right? To the north, though, Tai Lu's got to make a move right next to Nemesis and Full Sense, and I don't know how we see Full Sense kind of handle this. They've got the 2 that are to the south, the 2 that are kind of to the northwest. They've got everybody kind of in the world in between them and anyone's legend, the southern section, that they're going to have to deal with.
Gotta be honest, man. I feel like Tyloo, given the position that they had, they could have been doing a lot more here. I mean, you saw what Nemesis is doing, what T1 is doing, and Tyloo's just kind of been sitting back. 0 kills so far, and just kind of looking over towards that western side. I mean, they're getting involved, but they're not getting anything for it. Now, as we see Anyone's Legend in full sense, try to get closer to the bridge. You see the angles that Batu has here. That's a good grenade. Will take him down, and Anyone's Legend is out.
Just a great setup on the toss. Remember, Full Send still has a couple players up to the north, so they're going to have to deal with the Expendables or Tyloo. Nemesis has actually reconvened in the due north. Looks like they're trying to line up against Tyloo using a ridge line, so the Expendables have their own set of problems in dealing with Full Sends on this side. Nades are bouncing, but a bit awkward. With the way that this is kind of set with these rocks and everything else like that, it's a bit hard to hit these throws. I say that. That one's getting closer slowly and steadily. Tyloo doesn't want to deal with Nemesis, so they just send it right down on top of Full Sense. They're running right into the middle of the gauntlet. Even the cars are confused on what's happening over here.
Everything's going bananas here. Full Sense does get eliminated, but they have lost King Kong. Nemesis was backfilling this, but they pull off. They go and try to take the fight against T1. So Tyloo might actually have a chance to reset here as E-End has been knocked, but you see the damage that's been dealt to Nemesis as that grenade will fall just shy of Melman. He's going to dance around. He's got to hold a hide in, but that grenade's going to find him. Nicely done there by T1 to land the utility, and now it's all down to Stead.
All right, M249 versus a T1. Creeping out, Nate's starting to come through. He's headed back down around the shack of safety. It's got tons of cars stacked up, so he's just going to make landfall fast. It's all about just trying to find some safety, find some reprieve from T1, but T1 knows this. This is their backyard. This was their tower in their defense.
There he is.
They're going to take it. Nemesis gets eliminated. 10 kills for T1 already. They've got the circle. Tyloo has to fight their way in, and it is going to be Twisted Minds just down below him to the south.
I mean, by all means, this should be a T1 win here in game number 1. They've still got work left to do, but Tyloo and Twisted are outside of zone. They're focused on each other. T1 has that high ground. They know that they are in a great spot to get a win here. They do not want to take any unnecessary risks, but they do want to get as many points as they can to set themselves up nicely for the rest of the day. Nice grenade from Tyloo. Ooh, it's going to sail just a little bit wide.
So T1 setting a great pace already, 15 points, pretty much half what they might need to qualify. As we keep talking about 30-ish points, it should be feeling pretty good going how the day could go. So Tyloo, what do you manage to do on the other side of that? Presently sitting at 8 points, tied up with Twisted Minds, as these guys have been kind of in more desperate situations, dealing with, I guess, more of an entrapped location that they have to fight their way up from. Tyloo has the benefit of having high ground, but Twisted Minds looks like they're pretty stacked on top of each other, and that's where they're going to find success. They can just really beat in and do a lot of damage, but they're having to fight up this ravine, and Tyloo has to keep their head on a swivel because T1's getting active.
And it looks like Twisted still has a lot of offensive utility left, but I don't know what their smoke situation is like, and they are laying down as much as they can right now just to make this push into Tyloo, but they're not able to get the flush into One Dragon. That's a nice follow-up grenade. It's going to fall just a little bit short, but T1 is starting to get that position and get that overwatch, and now EN has angles. You can see Twisted will retreat back into the smoke, but how many smokes do they have left? How much longer can they keep this going as One Dragon's brought back onto his feet?
Nades start rolling down. Big explosions. Gonna be Perfectix that drops it onto One Dragon. Twisted Minds. 2 players up, pushing the hillside. Lou finds another onto Lee. So Housker is just watching all of this. Tight for T1 playing to the north. The other players for T1 now starting to push the smoke lines, pushing the rid lines, trying to find the kills as they can try to close this one out. All momentum in their favor. It's just about how many of these kills can they get, or can Housker and Twisted Minds get the knocks that they need to turn this around?
Don't overstep here, T1. You've got him pinned. You've got him right up against the wall. Nice shot from Housker. Will get the knock on to Lou, and Lou will drop a grenade that takes down Batu. Ian will spot out Perfectix, and that'll do it for Twisted Minds. Now Tyloo will get second place. Can they get any more points off of this, as T1 have not made a final so far this circuit, but through one game, they are looking really nice to make it to their first.
Housker tries, goes for the shots. No, T1 takes it. Great performance, great play, great read on the circle. They were just like puppeteers for everybody moving around that last game. Oh, Poro, that was absolutely insane.
That was a beautiful game there, and what a brutal circle to start off the day. Toffees and Avenger are back here to talk about that one. Big win for T1. Boy, oh boy, did they need it.
They did. They needed a final bracket. This might be the ticket to it off a kill count like that. They had a good spot. They caught at least 3 circles, but they played proactively. I loved, Martin, how they came out of that tower to go ahead and take that fight and then move back in. Like, they were doing a very good job of being fluid on their feet, and I think that's what was necessary.
Yeah, and absolutely on this highlights here, that headshot in the parachute, so illegal we had to see it twice. And also T1 missing 3 of the 8 finals so far. They're not about to miss PGS 9, that's for sure. What a way to do it. And yeah, the proactivity and the way they kind of moved around having that Harry Potter tower was absolutely amazing.
Played it very, very well. We saw this strange end game as it moves over to the bridge. Twisted Minds had to do a crazy send to end up on the troll bridge, but ultimately it cut off that section and forced full sense and anyone's legend to face each other, Poro.
It did, and it's just it was rough. I love the play by Twisted. I love the creativity to take that E-pick up to end up there, and it ends up getting them in 3rd place. I mean, at the end, the fact that they had so much utility left, I guess that kind of goes part and parcel with looting up in school apps, but they just had so much to work with, and the way that they managed that utility, the smokes all the way to the end, I cannot believe Navi gets roasted here by Tony. Like, that was just filthy. Look at this.
He jumped out. They weren't prepared for the jump out. Tony with the E-brake.
It just, I feel like this is like the 4th time I've seen this from Navi, where they hop in a vehicle to try to go and seat swap somebody to finish them off, and for some reason they just get soloed. It's like the
Navi,
worst luck.
Navi feels like they lived off their mechanics for a long time, but it does feel like a lot of players are starting to find ways to be just as mechanically gifted. I mean, not as good as Hakatori, we can acknowledge that, but be able to counterplay him well enough to, I would say, use some of the ego that sometimes is Navi's undoing.
They're big branding them. Like, the problem with Navi's seat swap is they both swap like a bunch of like slathering animals and just spray. And so Tony hits the E-brake, they're leading the car, and then they're out of bullets when he jumps out. Like, it just kind of puts them caught with their pants down. It's an unfortunate situation. So I think people just get a little smarter about dealing with those drive-bys. That will change, though, in the next patch. All right, let's talk about T1. These guys played very, very well. They did catch some circles, but that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's about how you win, and they played very well from the high ground. My favorite part of this fight, though, was how Nemesis decided to do the backstab. They lost, and then it was Tai Lu attacked Twisted Minds and got a knock, because I think they figured, hey, if they see Twisted Minds is hurt, obviously they'll attack them first, Poro.
I don't know, man. Tai Lu, they had great position that game, and they didn't get active until the very end, and then it was just like, let's all press the W key at once to go finish off full sense. That was successful. They did take a knock in the process. But yeah, I mean, Twisted just kind of took them to school, and it was really just utility usage. Like, there was nothing that Tai Lu could really do to take down any of the Twisted guys.
Oh, there's one thing you can do to take down the Twisted guys. Call in T1, and they will help you, because that's what they did. From the high ground came the man of the match, Heather, 4 kills. They played well. I mean, at the end of the day, they had the Harry Potter tower. It was a great spot once that 6th shift came in, Matt. Martin.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely, I'm sad on behalf of Nemesis, because they kind of had that. They had the Yellow House north of it, and they could have taken it. But T1, they scouted it from Russia, like the center guy across so early that no one else was really holding down that bridge, and Ian was just able to grab it. And yeah, that granted Heather this man of the match. Great play for him so far, but still, again, in a situation where they're able to get this many kills, deny Nemesis any push of it. Yeah, Ian, too good.
Well, we were talking about like some of these other teams. For me, Gen G is the one that hurt the most. Gen G was trying to be proactive. They were trying to make the smart call, but it just took too long. And they were just trapped there, like Porter was talking about. And a great idea turned into a terrible idea, because suddenly everybody got in position and just ate them up. And I feel like that's just Gen G in a nutshell. They come forward, they get great fragging power, they just want to try to close out the fight, and then the fight gets closed out for them instead.
You know, Martin pointed this out in the green room when I said, Gen G should be way better on paper. And he just casually went, they're an FPP team. And I think that nails it. This idea of, like, even that whole fight process, it felt like they were still fighting the old system. It's not, they haven't gone full grind baby like Nixie and the boys, Martin. They seem like they're kind of committed to the old ways.
Yeah, a little bit sad the way that they got absolutely annihilated by Shaba. That push like in the open, like they don't have any cover. You can see that they're just getting cooked up by one nade, and yeah, the approach to it is a little bit rough there. And also, if you want to get across that circle, you gotta do it like you pre-drive the circle when it pops. Otherwise, you're gonna get caught.
It just didn't feel like they didn't have a plan for what to do if they didn't take them out quickly. Like you got two guys just hanging around in the smoke on the road. You know, at the very southern part of the circle, knowing that there's other teams on the south side. Like that's, you know, you've got to have something in mind just in case you can't finish that fight as quickly as you need to.
You can see Curdy handing over the paperwork. It means the plane is taking off as the refs run around and gather all of the review materials. It's time for game number 2 as we head to the Dusty Dunes. Keep in mind there is only 5 games today. At the end of this, we'll know who the 8 teams headed to the grand final to play 15 games for their share of $300,000 and 120 PGS points for first place, and probably a bid to PGC. This is big times, big moments, big jumps, and we're going to send the boys back to the green room, and it's going to be me and Martin taking the action here. Avenger, this is, in my opinion, probably one of the more important games, because the last one was where you had a chance to set your stake. This one is sort of your last chance to be ahead at the cut, right? To be there where you're no longer chasing anyone. I think game 2 is probably one of the most important ones to play.
Especially since there's a Miramar, there's a lot of chances on this map here where you can really get that ball rolling. The snowball effect usually is even better on Miramar. A little bit of a northern plane path here could make it difficult for some of the teams to get into the usual drop shots here, though, Toby. In my opinion, I am really looking forward to see how this kind of lines up. But also, Toughies, this capability, Cruise to Val potential, I've not seen it in a big while here. It could be cool to see one of those.
Big fan of Campo Militar, so we'll see if anybody actually has the boldness to stretch out and make that loot happen. It looks like Nemesis might be willing to do it. They're going to pick up some cars on the way. That should be fun to watch. Now, let's talk a little bit about the last match for just a second as we watch everybody handle out. It looks like there's no hot drops coming. Tyloo got top 3. I think that's a pretty big deal, Avenger, considering people, and I don't know who, just some people, very smart people, have been calling them things like Ty losers, Ty losing, Ty lost. And here we are now seeing them in the top 2 or 3 right after that match. Like, that's got to be encouraging for the fans.
Yeah, and one of my favorite quotes from one of my old friends of former lives has a great saying, and he loves this saying. He says it so often: a broken clock is right twice a day, and that was that one match that they're going to be right. I got to be honest with you. Tyloo has so far seen 0 finals. They have to have an absolute banger day to have a chance at that. That northern shift where they were the most northern team that really came on from. I hope they're able to kind of turn it around here. But considering how everything kind of lined up in their long rotation path to get in there, it's very fortunate that circle ended up going north of the river.
Well, as we look back,
mostly T1 kills.
Yeah, as we look back at the T1 kills and this match, I do believe we have a check-in, and we can talk with the Godlike coach, hear a little more about what they were up against.
Everyone, welcome to the interview. We have Big Cat with us here, and he's a coach from Godlike. Say hello to the audience. Hello. Consider performance in PGS8 impressed us very much. So, and it's like survival in PGS9 right now. What do you feel like? Do you feel any pressure?
Nós a primeira semana ela começou muito dura. Nós acabamos cometendo erros e nós usamos o intervalo para poder recolocar as coisas no lugar. Foi um período de conversas e responsabilidades, onde nós nos colocamos de volta no caminho e redefinimos as responsabilidades dentro da equipe.
We work hard this week, and for us, it's not a good week when we start the game, and we will do our responsibility this time, and we will have the chance to rearrange our responsibility, and we want to have a good grade.
Okay, best wishes to you guys. See you in the games. Bye-bye.
I feel like he said a lot for what I was told he said there, but I'm not going to judge. All right, let's see. It sounds like they're going to reprogram and have a good game. He was really passionately describing something And I feel like it was more than just we're going to, figure out what went wrong and fix it. Fascinating. All right, they're back into Miramar, though. The Dusty Dunes are upon us. Not much seems to have happened while we were gone, as this is the nature of Miramar, especially when you have a circle all the way off into the northeast over here.
Absolutely. And especially with such an eastern circle here, Toffees, the El Asaha circles are some of the most daring ones because you need to figure out and kind of edge your bets where you think it's going to end. Because if you have to cross that big road that is going in through and basically making a canyon on the north and the south side west of El Asaha, then it's going to be, almost your guaranteed death if you do it too late. So having a 2-2 side split here could be very valuable for a team like GTE, the Expendables. But we'll see how it works out and if they're able to capitalize on having that home turf circle.
APG about to take the safest pickup I have ever seen in my life. Okay, note to self: if you want to go to the air without people seeing you prepping, that is the location to do it. So they'll get ready to make a transition. We got Purdy. Looks like he wants to get a little bit of an ambush here on Ty Lu as they drive off in the distance. It's a long shot for Luke. Looks like they go for the trail cars here. Uh-oh, they're stopping.
They're looking at Ty Lu. Shots are coming in. One dragon. A car got popped here. That's now, he's going to be a sitting duck in that car. Shots come in. Easy point here. Seat swap for the quickness. He's going to get his feet shot at, though. A little bit difficult. Tire pop now. Shots come in close to the feet. Oh, that's going to be so rough. He actually got the first aid popped off. Now more shots come in and connect here. Can they get him down? And Alo sitting on the other side is a guaranteed point for Team Liquid. Look at that. They're jumping straight into 8th place.
Alo drove down here to make sure that they got this flushed and over with before anybody else could respond. I like that proactivity from the Liquid guys. They set a trap. Meanwhile, Sololzi goes ahead and gets himself a little godlike blood to go with it as anyone's legend going to go ahead and backfill this. Haven watching from a distance, but I don't think there's much he can do here to try to save his compatriot.
All right.
Yep,
Sololzi.
that's it. He's got to leave.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
That knock on him,
It's going to poke him off there. That's going to be quite easy done so there. The problem is, again, when you're in this area here, you're edging your bet so much on that northern-western shift. Godlike is actually committing here. They want to get a revenge. I don't think they're aware that there's a 2-2 in here, in this split here. Shots coming in from him. Has lots of damage done. Does not connect. He's down to 4 HP. Re-peak, ego peak there. So Loss is going to have to flush in. Finds one, finds Tony. That's a big name to take out. Oh, finds Sven as well.
It's like him ass through on purpose. They got so hungry when they saw him miss that full mag that they didn't pay attention to Sololzi waiting in the wings. And off goes Haven. He started that transition. He's just out of here.
All right.
It's always going to be Haven running off to safety.
Yeah. And he's probably going to be hoping for a southern shift here so he can go in and grab those chips and maybe get the boys back into action. But again, this is really the name of the game. You want to try to commit. You want to try to make sure you're full alive here. In this circle with how everything's kind of rolling in, Toffees, I think anyone's legends on this northwestern side here, they're going to have to get this big rotation. There's a good dirt road kind of under them, but there's still the same problem. If you have to cross to the south or to the east, you have a huge road ahead of you, and you have so many teams looking at the high ground, especially here in 2026 when TPP is in the esports. There's so many spots where you can just get so much information from without exposing yourselves.
Should be interesting to see how they choose to handle this situation as the circle continues to collapse. Gen G, the team that by all circumstances on paper should be dominating the season, has been lackluster as they make their transition. Twisted Minds, another team who on paper we thought was going to be thriving this year. I'm not saying they're not, but they're not living up to the expectations that we have as a community for Twisted Minds. I guess that's one of the downsides of being as prolific as you are. Becomes very difficult to sort of live up to those standards. Now, another team as prolific as anyone's legend, Sololzi, huge backstab. I couldn't believe him blew that spray, though. I'm going to be honest with you, Martin.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Sometimes you hit all the shots, and other times you do go... And actually, all the teams actually have go south here. It has El Asaha in, but Toffees, the majority is on this kind of a truck stop area in between El Asaha and GT and 4M is kind of locking this space down already. Not any open compounds whatsoever. So you have to play some open areas around these high grounds, around these spaces where terrain is a little bit more difficult to traverse with your vehicles.
It was a pretty nasty yoink down towards the south because everyone, you saw JDG was like, oh, we'd like this spot taken. Now they're going to go over here and explore this spot. Take it. Like you said, there's just nothing left as you look at the water tower with some cool... Hey, he's got your headphones, that water tower. And off in the distance, Vitality going to go ahead and jump into this building right here. They got the longhouse to be able to defend that pretty well. Meanwhile, where's this APG fight?
You would think so. Oh, no,
There
it's
it
at the
is.
other side here. Oh, okay.
Nope.
Oh, big
Never mind.
send actually from Nemesis. They're able to take some space away just above Na'Vi here. It's a little bit rough area. Oh, look at that. We might see Hagatory having to try to fend off some of the Nemesis guys. They see him, and they stop on the other side. Nades are coming towards it, and they're actually engaging on him. He's getting a full open run on them. He takes the high ground away from him, and this is going to be rough for Nemesis, potentially.
Nemesis is feeling really out of sorts. They just keep driving around in circles. They do eventually get off, but Ferris is off to the right side. He's going to be able to have a flanking shot as Hagatory takes the brunt of the fight. Pushes forward, gets the nades cooked up. Nice toss over where the car was parked. So set up tight and personal with Diffax. They got to play this aggressively. The Melman is in the car behind them, possibly loading up to come in and assist on the fight, as Na'Vi just has top tier TP peak potential and a solid flanker in Ferris.
All right. Let's see if they can actually get this kind of swing around before everyone else starts sniffing and kind of pushing towards their sides. The Nemesis is hoping to be that last decent team. Shots are actually coming in towards them, potentially from Gen G. Yeah, look at the lines in the minimap. Shots are coming in, and they have to figure out, are we going to get backfilled here from a Gen G or other team? They obviously don't know them yet. They could be disengaging here. They are actually jumping into the cars and disengaging and trying to take some of the more eastern sides here. This is smart. You want to be that last team coming in from an edge when you're playing edge already.
You know, for two things. First off, that Gen G shot definitely convinced them it was time to go, okay, while they still have tires to do it. They leave. The other thing that I liked about that was Na'Vi did not show what I have been seeing as a trademark aggression, willing to just sort of send Hagatory over and look to get the kills, because I think they're now aware of just how powerful the third parties are. They said, you know what, we're going to leave Nemesis on the other side of this hill, and hopefully they get backstabbed. Like, that's our goal here, is to force other people into awkward fights instead of getting involved with them ourselves. So good pull off by Nemesis, but also good solid defensive hold from Na'Vi, a team that I'm not generally used to doing that.
Yeah, it's smart. It's a great point to be made, honestly. And again, a situation where you always need to make sure you are not being third party, but you are the third partying factor. Circle's gonna pop. We're gonna go south again. It's gonna be a very truck stock ending here, Toffees. But look at the teams that's already set up. We already have JDD in there. We have Vitality around the edges and T1 on the western side. With a lot of the other teams kind of north or around the edges, they're gonna have to find their ways into this. Team Liquid leaving some space and trying to take this southern area.
All right, love the E pickup here. I love it because it's from such a. I mean, it's just, where do you go? There's just nowhere to go. We got one dragon dropping in from the sky. He's already going to take a ton of shots. T1 directly below him, but the expendables come crashing, and now T1's got to focus on the threat at hand. Duck Juice gets that knock on type as Rain tries to get the flank position. That was a drive up knock, man.
Absolutely, it has to come in and really has to commit to this one here. Really good drive-by there for Tanwu. He's been an absolute menace so far. We also saw some great aspects of Team Expendables. And again, in a situation where they take this space and area away here, they're just edging their bridges. We're going to have a northern shift. If we end up having to go away from truck stop, it's going to be absolute mayhem. T1 and likely trying to maybe get some points or maximize out of this one here, but they're split Toffees. They're one in the north, one in the west, and one on the south side. Now they're going to have a hard time getting type back into the game.
I just am worried that one dragon sitting on top of the mountain over there with his pile of gold could end up collecting a bunch of kills. Smart little drop there onto the sombrero. We'll see if it comes out of it. JDG trying to save their man. Smoke lines, but grenades chase. Can you rescue? Dangerous rescue, but oh no! Oh, the rescue mission goes horribly wrong, and the rescuer, Cold 119, is knocked with the flush grenade from Batulin.
Oh my god, this is a rough situation for them here. And again, with how the circle's kind of pushing in. Sure, they're central, but they don't want to commit here, Toffees. If this circle goes out of truck stop, it's a guaranteed top 8 for them. Anyone's looking to take a lot of damage here, and actually tons of damage. Anyone's looking out in 16th place. They got completely destroyed by Team Vitality. What a great play from them. What a good hold here from the eastern side, Toffees.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this: anyone's legend crashing is for bumping their cars against each other like it's a state fair was a little bit wild and set up Vitality for a nice little spray down. So they drop it. They immediately have to fall backwards because, hey, third parties are the name of the game these days. We jump over to APG and Full Sense facing off here. We got a little knock on Tigger, and he's going to be pulling back to try to get a res from his teammates.
Absolutely.
Horrible crash.
APG. Oh, that's a great nade. Oh, actually didn't get cooked, so it's going to jump on. But Zulin's going to go try to disengage from this spot completely. Maybe try to get heal off. Velo finds Perfectix with a headshot with the SLR. And now we see more teams committing to this Na'Vi side here, trying to fend off. Shots are coming in, though, connecting a lot of damage. Oh, huge nade there from Thunders onto Hagatari. The biggest names to take out on the Na'Vi team.
Oh, no. That's 2 down. Jedi's going to go ahead and get the knock on Spyro, which drops him down to 2. And Ferris is in an opposition where he can't really help outside of just playing flanker. So he's going to be kind of far away. Next one comes in. Boosted going to get flushed out. Sharper Esports doing it with cars is the moral of their story. Thunder's going to go ahead and go for that heal, as it doesn't seem like Na'Vi has an answer to this crash.
Now it's just Ferris, a little bit of utility being committed to this one here. Can maybe get a little bit more points. I don't think so. It's going to be rough for him. Thunder swinging around here. He's going to be absolutely flushed out. Well played by Earth's Apalui and Sharper. We did have a southern shift here, so a lot of the teams in trucks up is going to have to figure their way out and figure a way to get into this circle without dying on the rotation. Simon T, though, he's going to get pushed here from full sense shots, shotgun in hands. He finds Simon T with an easy double barrel shotgun here. Well played by him.
All right, nice play there. Na'Vi got deleted. That was hard to watch, and now we see APG in a tough situation. Gen.G making a big rotation. That's going to put them kind of in the same sphere of influence as Team Liquid. They actually get pulled off, and they might have to crash into Nemesis here, who's just off to the side. So I was going to say let's do some comms, but if Nemesis and Gen.G fight it out, there's no way they fight this. They're outside the circle, Martin.
I think Gen.G is setting up shop here to maybe just hold them out. Nemesis is forced off this edge here to play in a way where they're going to have to get this engagement going. Think Soul's stops in the southern side. The other guys are just going to try to flush in to Soul's position. Salute's also prepping nature. Shots are coming in. It's going to be a little bit rough for Soul with having lost a few tires here and there. Now Salute with a barrel in hand on a Dragunov. He's got a great ridge here to push. Soulset is definitely the aggressor here in this case, as Salute is trying to fend them off, keeping this east side control here. Soulset with full 3 gear and an AUG. It's going to be difficult for Salute to hold on to.
Bean has had to hold Nemesis on the right, on the north side, so he's going to fall back. We see a nice little knock there from Salute as the fight goes on. They're pulling Bean in, so they're going to commit hard to this fight. Salute pushing forward here. He's up close and personal. Dodges one nade. Soulset preps another one up. Got the cook. Got the toss. Bad bounce. Goes over his head. Salute up close. Puts him on the tree. Melman's knocked. Defects off in the distance. That smoke doesn't have too much longer to last, so Salute's going to have to re-up on this one and try to call for a little bit of backup. Where's the team, he says, as he seems like he's stuck in a very uncomfortable 1v1, as both teams have support cover, but no one else coming down to fight this.
And you see Haven on the minimap actually running in behind them. Could also really make it difficult for Nemesis. Maybe even a flush and a knock for him could be worthwhile, but let's see now here with Gen.G. They're inside the circle except for D. He's on the northern side, kind of the anchor in the back position here, and Nemesis has to push now as the circle closes in. We're going to jump from 3 to 5 damage per second. They cannot afford to stay inside this blue zone for much longer.
And that means Haven's going to also have to hard push here. There's Haven from the back. He gets the knock on Soulset. Meanwhile, Stade gets knocked down by Soul, and Nemesis systematically starts to fall apart. Elsewhere on the map, Full Sense is eliminated. The defending world champions dead at 14. Nemesis caught inside the blue, and Gen.G sets themselves a wall as the shrink goes directly to Team Liquid. Feeling pretty good about that one. The rest of the teams are going to have to make a rotation. We do see Haven go down, so Godlike is officially eliminated, and Gen.G just trying to finish the cleanup here on Nemesis as it's Diffix and Melman outside in the blue.
Absolutely, and all the teams here we see, 8 teams or so in the north side where they're going to have to fight for space that I would think allows, 2 or 3 teams to be playing here. A Team Liquid with a southern shift like this here, they have to figure out, okay, how do we actually lock down an area where we're not going to get too contested, where we can poke at everyone else to kind of force them to fight, because Mahachev South like this here is obviously, with it when it's back-to-back, and I mean that we're going to have so many teams that's congested in the north, west, and eastern side of the minimap here. So as we see T1 trying to fend off and survive this push here from Tyloo in the truck stop. There's just so many teams waiting for them to get out of truck stop. It's going to be a cleanup fest. Shots come in though from Raining. He has the micros in hand, but it's going to be difficult. Raining finds Lee, and now Tyloo has to figure out how do you do it. Raining with a shotgun too. Wondering does fan Raining, and now it's going to be difficult for Tyloo to make more of it.
All right, Ian going to go out to the right side. You saw the end of Nemesis over in the kill feed. Tyloo going to try to make a play here. You can tell the players switching to things like the Uzi means that they know there's not much after this fight, so they're committing everything they have to it. It's EN, last man standing going in, trying to get some flushes into example, holding the line up on top just outside the blue. Gonna do a little extra damage. Tyloo is over, and End, I believe, is the last one standing for T1 in the blue. The Ticks will be aggressive, and he should go down. So, I mean, at this point, it's just going to be a surviving as long as he can situation as the circle continues to close. Let's check in. I believe we've got Team Liquid starting to face off against Expendables coming into their territory. I think we have their comms. Let's see how they're planning to play the end game.
They're playing like East in the
Back never got rezzed, I'm pretty sure, in yellow.
Back got flushed. The
North guys
got knocked out.
What are you calling check? Because I see them all three in blue.
Back's on orange.
I saw them take yellow. Blue might be a different team.
They're
on 3-man blue. No, okay, it's them. heard. I saw Blue might be a different team. They're on 3-man blue. No, it's okay, them. heard.
How did they
Roger.
lose?
Our threat right now is waypoint, Luke.
I'm gonna go browse southeast. There's gonna be a fight east. I hit people.
All right,
back into it.
Back to
It seems like they have a
trophies.
plan. How do they lose Alo?
Losing Alo and having a BDM here is a little bit rough. If they were a 4-man alive, they could definitely fend off some of the teams getting to this spot here. It's definitely a play for position and kind of space control here. So, yeah, a 4-man could have been very valuable. If you see Earthsapalui actually getting to 5 kills now in this game so far, we're down to 8 teams, and now placement points gets distributed.
All right, there's that circle right up on the Expendables. Going to have a nice center spot. Sharper, who's been playing very, very well, is going to be in a pretty okay spot as well. JDG north of them, but they've only got 2. And south is Gen G, who has been defending aggressively and now has a chance to move into a really varied circle. While it looks like there's not a lot there, the fact that there's so much up and down in these ridge lines means I think there's actually a shocking amount of cover for some of these teams that are already in.
Yeah, absolutely. Twisted methodically trying to hold on to this northern side here, but they're gonna have to cross the road, and with both 4AM, JDG, and Sharper staring at them, it's gonna be difficult for them to make kind of more space. Now Earthsapalui is more menace is coming in from Sharper as he's setting up a Malta here. This could actually be really good. This late game, the ridge that he has controlled. Salute finds Thunders though. Genji's kind of making space east of them, forcing them to be into this congested area.
Nice. One day I just want to see it hit the plane out of curiosity. All right, up he goes, comes back down, lands right on top of JDG. A perfect shot by Perfectix. He was trying to dig a hole, and you know what? He says, let me do it for you, Perfectix. You don't need that pickaxe or your life. Here comes the rest of the team, but to him from the high ground, up over the top. TP peaks, smashes him in the head, and down he goes. Easy peasy, JDG back to lobby.
JD squeezing it, I thought you were gonna say. And with Twisted Minds having this kind of northern side now, it makes it a little bit more rough for both Expendables and for Sharper. There's so many teams still congested towards the northern side because how terrain is kind of working out. Perfectix is an example. Hopefully they can get a res up without getting him flushed. So let's see what the Expendables decide to do. As utility and nades are coming in, shots are coming in, actually a little bit of damage done to both of them.
Genji taking grenades for days. Gam the Expendables throws all they got, and somehow Batulin survives it inside of his little ditch. Tanvu's got the pickaxe out, going to go back to his car fort that he's building. And up here we sneak. Lou taking grenades left and right, gets his queued up. 4M's being very aggressive with the push. Lou's looking for those sound signals, throws it to where he was, not where he's going. Meanwhile, Genji and Sharper go head to head, but Sharper has eliminated Genji on a huge crash takedown. They lost some, but they'll be able to get him back up, and Twisted back to the fight with 4AM.
Yeah, super well played by them here. Twisted Minds just really trying to fend off so many teams, trying to encroach into their position here. 4AM having the high ground, they peek over this edge here, makes it extremely difficult for Twisted Minds to do anything progressively. Pretty Curdy now, Pensafouls in the hands of Tanawat. They keep that for that long into the car is so valuable, and it's gonna cost Team Liquid another player after having lost Alo. This could have been their game for double-digit points, but this is making it really rough for them to get into more of it. I understand that Pretty Curdy was doing this because Sharper has just been in a huge fight. Now over to Twisted Minds and 4AM toughies.
They're trying to be proactive, but here comes Lou, takes the head shot from Tanvu. Off to the side, Gam the Expendables is helping out 4AM. 4AM's got such a good spot here on the high ground, but they're outside the circle. They got to finish this fight and start making that transition. It seems like a fight for what's left, not a fight for the win, as Sharper's also doing the backstab from the top. I'm not sure what Twisted Minds does to survive this. They're being shot at from all sides. Good nades out to try to buy some space, but really, it's just a last grasp, a last gasp, as everyone around them is coming down hard.
No, absolutely. Well, now with the 4AM committing a lot of utilities to this fight here. It's going to be so difficult for Twisted Minds to get out of this. They're pinched in between 4am, Sharper, and with the Expendables taking space on the southern side, also denying any space here. Could it be a Hail Mary send here, actually, even? It feels like they have sensed that the presence from Expendables has kind of died off a little bit. It could be a pull-up as well. Looks like it's a pull-up straight onto Sharper.
No way. Ursapalui drops low. Patulin and Perfectix both come out and get a knock, and they turn it back around. They want to make a play. It's Sharper. Deleted as Perfectix comes out as the lone man standing. They were limping. They were hurt, and now they walk away with at least a bunch of kills to put in the hopper. As Liquid goes, where did they come from?
Yeah, extremely well played. By Twisted Minds here to disengage themselves here, but shots are coming in. It might be too much. Team Liquid putting out so much here with the blue zone as well. Shoo. Sharper does get the most of it, but Twisted Minds did get a point from the pull-up here now. Team Liquid is going to be able to get up with 3 guys and now biking around casually in the circle. Can they put pressure onto 4am and the Expendables? It's down to a 3v3v4, and there's a BRDM in play on the hands of Expendables.
That was the liquidest liquid to ever liquid. As Purdy runs around, you got Luke just riding his bike, stealthy, moving around the map. GTE seeing if they can make something work. 4am ecstatic with how this has gone. I think they thought they might be over with when they used all that utility, but then all of their opponents just knocked each other out. Luke 12 gets a nice knock there on Hasameme, and now gets another repeat, gets the nade set up. Gonna go ahead and throw it forward, and 4am falling apart.
Absolutely well played here. 4am losing so much. Good little dip here for them, but with the right nade comes into the right spot, it's going to do so much damage here. It felt like they had the upper hand here, but utility and pressure from 2 teams at the same time makes it extremely rough for 4am to make any more points out of this one here. Sure, they did get some kills, but they were hoping for a win here.
Duckjuice trying to 2-putt that pit. They're going to send the BRDM to close the shot. Rolls right in, lands on top of Winda. Doesn't quite get the kill on Spaceman. Spaceman going to be like, well, I guess I'll shoot at you. I don't know what else to do here. And there's the nade. Hole in one. Puts it in the pocket. Luke gets the finish.
Now it's down to Team Liquid and Expendables. A 3v3. And in a case of this, where they actually have quite the space to play, it really comes down to what does this BRDM do. Pretty Curdy has the edges here. Oh, and it's actually on fire. He's going to have to jump out here. M249 in hand. Clarice is trying to put pressure onto this one, and now the BRDM destroyed. It's going to create some space on the terrain.
All that work that 4am did shooting at it. Here comes the high ground. Clory's got that light machine gun. Gonna go ahead and blaze him down. Gets the kill on Purdy Curdy. Puts him up 3-2 versus Team Liquid. But don't worry, Luke has a bike.
He's biking like it's Tour de France, and we're back to can he make anything happen here? They do not have the circle. They're gonna have to make a push towards Expendables, and this ridge that they have is extremely strong. And we also see a Tanru with an off-angle push could really open up and make it difficult for Team Liquid to get any more points here in this game.
Luke doing some fancy peeks there. Got a little bit of a headshot. You see the flanker going off to the left side. Don't worry though, the bike is still there. Okay, he checked on it. Brings it back around. Luke 12 goes for the peaks again. Of course they got to create.
Groza. Ah, man. It's going to be Groza in the hands of Tanwu and Igo. And that's crazy for Team Liquid, to be honest. Like, that's going to be so difficult. Oh, great spray.
Wow.
Can you get another one onto him? Oh, my God. He does it again with the Groza. That's disgusting from Tanwu.
Everybody says the P90 is so strong, but Tanbu says Groza is great. Groza wins games, and that is what's going to happen for GAM, the Expendables. We thought for a minute it was going to be Liquid's match. The Expendables caught in the last circle shift, second to last circle shift, and played out of that spot incredibly well to go ahead and lift the trophy. Let's get Matcham and Poro back in here. What a game, Poro.
Yo, yeah, that was a pretty wild one again. Just these weird circle shifts going to places where people aren't expecting them. And, I mean, you saw Liquid, it was almost an embarrassment of riches the way it came down to like C4, C5. They had the entire thing all to themselves. So many options on how they wanted to play it. And the one that they picked got them to second, but in the end, it just wasn't enough to overcome the Expendables.
It was tough to come out of that circle that they got. I mean, at the end of the day, it really did go center on Expendables. It's cut their compound out aggressively. Losing Halo early was tough. But that's what I like. Even when they're wealthy, they choose to bike to work to save themselves a little bit of cash. Beautiful plays. At least to see Liquid there, though, because for me, I have been kind of frustrated matching with Team Liquid, and they're doing pretty okay in group stages. They're making the finals and then bottoming them out. So even though they didn't win this, to put up those points and start early is exciting.
Well, there was a conversation that Poro and I were having in the back. Specifically, the Team Liquid was holding the ridgeline that we saw 4 Angry Men kind of playing for the later stages of that. They were originally had a couple of players up there, and then if you remember about Circle, I guess 4, they opted to play the South. So Team Liquid went for a later stage positioning instead of putting themselves into more of the ridgeline defense to try to take out a lot of the people that were encroaching. So when we see a meta where a lot of teams are very like, okay, it's time to push, it's time to fight, it's time to kill kind of situation, and like Circle 4 and 5, Team Liquid's trying to lean into safety, but that also meant the fact that all the squads that were coming in so heavy just found these like little off angles to kind of pick them apart here and there, and it weakened them and made them lose that circle control in the later stage.
Sharper actually had a pretty good spot on them until Twisted Minds rolled in, Martin, and just deleted them. And like, it was a desperation send, but they got a lot out of it.
Yeah, they did, and also absolutely destroyed Gen G. So the amount of points they were able to get from that is obviously huge. But the name of the game so far, 2 games out of 2, insane hardships. This was a triple Southern hardship. Team Liquid didn't know what to do with it. They sent Alo out to like figure out some space here, and he got shot down. If they just held on to the ridge on the eastern side, it might have been different, but Expendables with a Groza. Disgusting behavior here from Tanwu. He's going to be able to get 700 damage and 3 kills.
A lot of that, 2 of those kills, I think, coming there at the end with a beautiful Groza action. Again, that gun is just ridiculous, but in his hands, it is even worse. Congratulations to the Expendables. Defending 2 years ago, PGC champions, putting up some big numbers. Right, you gotta remember how long it's been. 10 years, man. You gotta keep track of all these PGC champions. It's tough, but again, it has historically been a fascinating run where you seem to do well at a PGC and then fall off the year after, Poro. This happened with these guys, I would argue, and it seems like Tanvu in particular is kind of firing back up as we hit the tail end of this year.
Yeah, it's not been the greatest tournament for the Expendables there, as we see. Oh, look at that. Earth Zapalui, man of the match.
Hold on. Let's take a second, because we never get to see Earth Zapalui up here. Man of the match, 6 kills. Sharper had the hustle, and I'm going to go to Matt here because he was loving on some Sharper earlier today. So I'm going to give it to you to talk about the hype.
Specifically talking about this guy, man. Like, he was kind of tricksy at different stages as we saw him play through the past, like, year or so. But it really does feel like the last month and a half, maybe even 2 months, he's starting to find like a more confidence in his play style, and it's starting to get some decent returns from Sharper. It's allowing them to fight out of situations that they couldn't beforehand. Like, sure, they didn't necessarily handle the best on their defense whenever they had the cars roll up on top of them, but that was Earth going down first in that situation. When they keep him alive, man, they can make it into the later stages.
Save the Earth, and all will be well. All right, let's talk about the leaderboard. Break it down. Match leaderboard looks like it's pretty good for GAM the Expendables 17, but the overall leaderboard after 2 games put T1 at the top at 29. Pearl, why don't you break down the rest of this leaderboard for me?
That's still back-to-back top 4s for GAM, the Expendables, and Twisted Minds. So that is a very, very good way to start the day. Obviously, T1 kind of riding on the coattails of that first game win, but they did make top 8 with 5 kills. So this is good news. Again, we're talking about the fact that you have to kind of get a good start in these 5-game sets if you're going to have any hope of making the top 8.
And it's all about getting to the top 8 so you can go to the grand final. We have multiple past world champions in this lobby at risk of getting knocked out, and they need to turn that back around with 3 games left to play. Guys, we're going to take a short break, and as the team sort of prep for how do we deal with these last 3 games that are going to absolutely be incredible race and super important on the road to PGC, I believe we're going to have a chance to check in with Perfectix from Twisted Mind, a team that has to make it work.
Hello everyone, we're having Perfectix from Twisted Mind with us here. Let's say hello to the audience. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, because you're like taking the lead in the leaderboard right now, qualified to the grand final. Do you feel happy with your play so far?
Yeah, of course, we feel happy. First 2 games was good for us, but we need to keep on and get more points.
Let's share about more details. For example, the first game, you're hiding under the bridge. So in our opinion, it's kind of a little bit like under pressure from everywhere. So how could you guys like hold in that place and finally get a lot of points?
Yeah, I mean, it was a hard decision to use EP. And we thought about also the building where T1 won the game.
Yeah.
But we saw the people there, so we decided to fly under the bridge.
Yeah.
and it's not was so pressure. All you need to do is not get knocked, and you need to just wait a moment when you can farm or win the game. That's all.
Thanks for sharing. It's worked so well. So still hope you guys can play well in the following games. Bye bye. See you in games.
Bye bye.
Welcome, good seven Shrimsy. How do you feel like right now?
Good, yeah.
Excited. What were you happiest with as a team after final stage?
I just like that we're not super impulsive. Like whenever we make sporadic plays, it kind of goes bad for us, but whenever we talk about things and do things together, then it goes pretty well for the most part.
The game has changed a lot recently and we need to adapt.
Like what's something fans always assume but Falcons doesn't completely wrong?
The biggest misconception that people have is because Tig is like the biggest streamer and he's like the face of Western PUBG, and he kind of has like this, I don't want to say like aura around him, but he's like, you know, people will come up to him and he has like this insane personality that they always think he has this insane ego and he's like kind of rude to the team and stuff like that, and that's just not true. He's a really good teammate.
So what's one area where this team still feels it can be better?
It's the balance between when you want to send it to the middle and play for the circle and when you want to play for kills and play on the edge. That balance is like nearly impossible right now because you used to have so much map knowledge from 8 years of playing the game. So having to adapt to that is nearly impossible, but we're trying our best.
I think a big team that we respect in general nowadays is Geeke. So they've been playing TVP for a long time. They kind of all stopped playing FPP and just kind of was playing for the fun of the game, and they stream a bunch and stuff. And now they're one of the best teams in the world, in our opinion, I think, as a team.
Imagine you could invite any PUBG player in the world to join a dinner tonight. Who would you invite?
I would invite Inonix. Me and him have been friends for a long time, and we did a jersey swap back in 2021 at PGIS.
I would choose my old teammate Aitzi. He's an ex-FaZe player. He's just one of my best friends and I miss him.
We are looking forward to seeing what Falcons can bring to PGS9 and beyond. Best luck and better thanks for you guys. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, give it all you got, we got next. Y'all rockin' to the top, can't stop it, must be off your rocker, thinking you gon' stop her. We got next.
3 games left to say I deserve to be one of the 8 that gets to go to the grand finals. It's the last 5-game series of this PGS circuit here at PGS 9, in which the bottom 8 teams will just be done. That's the end of their run here, as the top 8 will get to go on to those who had the highest collated score from PGS 7 and 8. This is PGS 9 from Shanghai, China. My name's Toffees. I am joined by Porosaurus Matchum and Martin, or as you know him, Avenger, as we continue to talk about the day. 2 games in. What's your take on the day, Martin?
Hot shifts, and pull-ups in a way where it's like, okay, these guys are really enjoying the current meta where it's easy to drive by and there's no RPDs and M249s that's destroying your experience. And also, the way that we see some of these teams, do these, both the pull-ups, but also E-pickups into great locations and so forth. But the pre-drives, the planning from some of the teams has been amazing. You could really see it from T1 so far. And also, of course, Gam the Expendables were able to put themselves into some great spots. And they feel... and they kind of sense the lobby where there's space, and they take space where it has been given, especially in the last game where Liquid gave up space and they took it away from them.
Again, the Expendables the 4th and a 1st place, respectively. Twisted Minds is in 3rd with 3rd and 4th. They've been consistent, but the 8th place is the cutoff, and right now 8th place is on 8 points, and it's down to 5 points for 15th. So it's still really anybody's game, but this is your chance to make the statement, to put rubber to road, and to start the path back into the leaderboard. This is where the big points for PGC come alive, and you better not chicken out when it comes to getting dinner. It's time to Tago. Let's send it over to our casters, Matchum and Porosaurus.
All right, let's go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so talking about this, you've been talking quite a bit about like the need for consistency at the start. Well, we're seeing that from 3 teams: T1, Gam the Expendables, and Twisted Minds, and definitely not Sharper, who just had a very good last game, but the game before that was pretty bad. Are we seeing a bit of a point sponge at the top, and could that affect our cut lines?
I don't think so. I don't think we've gotten point sponge area just yet. I mean, it's only 2 games in, but we didn't see back-to-back winners or anything like that. So I don't think we've gotten quite to that point yet. So I think everybody should be still going out there and trying to get as many kills as they possibly can, because that cut line is still looking like it's probably going to be around that 30, as we get to see yet another early game long-range snipe here. But once again, it's not going to pay off.
Yeah, just the vehicle dust-ups being pretty predominant, the early sections of it, and haven't led to too much. We will keep an eye on this whole Sharper game, the Expendables situation, as well as 2 players for Godlike, just down to the south of the Expendables. The circle pops. Doesn't go all ocean, like we've been seeing it whenever we've been seeing the Southern Tago, so it's a bit Ohyang-centered, and that should be pretty fine for most of the teams.
Yeah, not too shabby. Not too shabby. We see the VSS and Duck Mice, and we saw late game VSS coming out from D, from Gen G last time around. I was excited to see that. Always excited to see a VSS in the late game. As unfortunately, it didn't work out too well for Gen G in that push. but I like where their heads are at. Like, they're wanting to fight. They're wanting to take these fights. They're getting kills. It's just been 2 kind of rough late game fights on the edge of circle, and I feel like we've seen a lot of that here. Are we hunting Tony?
I think so, because Godlike was over here with this drop. Remember, they did this 2-2 right down below them. Yeah, this was a planned pickup coming up from Godlike, so pays off. Hong F already going to be out for the Expendables, and that's going to make potential drops going forward a lot easier, because we have been seeing a lot of Tago in our rotation. There's another rotation.
Nice. Do a barrel roll. Okay, JDG. Do a barrel roll. Hey, guys, did you know if you type do a barrel roll into Google, it'll do a barrel roll? Did you know that? That's an old school thing.
That is, I mean, we're getting a Star Fox remake for like the 2nd or 3rd time, so I guess it'll be modern culture again to make barrel roll jokes.
Yeah.
Here within the next year or 2, we'll have to see how that
boomer,
goes.
Like low key.
Well, no, I'm with you. I'm the one that did the voice. You just quoted something and made a Google reference. I referenced like the Nintendo 64 version of it. So,
all right, man, stop video game mogging me.
Oh yeah, because I'm so worried about Star Fox references from back then. Oh, blue chips getting demolished. As this is going to be an airport push and retrieval coming up from Godlike, probably going to be Hong F if I had to take a wild guess on it all. So the way that we see this all getting set up, Vitality is going to have inside track to Ohyang. The hillside to the northwest is going to be extremely strong in the circle as long as it stays in. It looks like Team Liquid's going to be playing over there around that Buksan-sa positioning. Just to the south of that is where we often see a lot of teams like to play and keep more comfort outside of Buksan-sa. We also do have kind of Kannuang and the hillside that's to the north of that, but that's right along the zone wall, so I don't think that anybody's going to be using that except for maybe a stopover to get some information before pushing into the circle. South, it's got a couple of footpaths, but it's a lot flatter in general. So the northwest and kind of the north is where I would be expecting a lot of our teams to kind of cluster up at.
It'll be interesting to see. You saw JDG do that E-pickup. They went all the way down to the south. And they're actually going to have an opportunity to even loot up a little bit more should they decide to. You see Twisted Minds pushing in here. This is Twisted Minds keeping everybody together again. And I think that's having to do a lot with what they're having to play around on this northern side. We've seen them kind of run into early game scraps, and T1 already taking shots over in that direction. But I think this is just kind of teams starting to learn, you know, what you can and can't get away with here on Tego in certain parts of the maps. And these hills are just so dangerous to play around because you just never know what is lurking on the top of them, as Navi might be about to find out the hard way here.
You had to make some assumptions that there were a couple of shots that came out from over here. I think that this was just trying to see if they could bully anybody out, and T1 doesn't want too much more of it, so they're actually going to retreat up to the north. That might give Twisted a little bit more breathing room than they had just a moment ago, because with T1 kind of surrendering the higher position on that hill, there's going to be some opportunities. Team Liquid, of course, hanging out in Buksan-sa proper, so they're going to be pretty fine.
Two of them are. The other two are way down the south, just off to the west of Ohyang. So a big, wide 2-2 split early on for Team Liquid.
Never.
I know. We've seen this work against them before in the past. We'll see if they maybe can sneak something here. Obviously, they know about Navi. As we check in now with Nemesis, they're wrapping on the southern coast. Looks like they should have a fairly easy pack in on that coastline just past Songam. Depending on what Anyone's Legend does. Anyone's Legend, another team that likes to be very wide split as they make their way into these first circles.
They just go full on firing line. They're like old school military. They just stand in some type of wall and walk at you and slowly try to pick you apart. When it works, it's great. Whenever it doesn't, the center falls apart, and we'll have to see. So with that 2-2 split, it's going to be full Sense also running a 2-2. It's going to be pretty close to the Nemesis, going to be wrapping in full coastline all the way down to the south. So Yongchan belongs over to Alpha right now, and they've been kind of chilling here for a while. Maybe an emergency pickup in their future, but Seoul is actually kind of going over here. I think he might be expecting it to see maybe he can get a couple of shots, catch something for free. The Expendables are going to be coming into the north, kind of around Kangyung. Sharper is going to be rotating in back behind them, and Godlike both. Tai Lu has got vehicles, so I'm assuming they're going to vehicle drive in, but Genji is in this positioning to the north. I feel like this is a setup for a potential trap.
Could be, and I mean, especially given the way that Genji's been playing, where they don't seem to be averse to going for these early game fights. It's like
nobody can third party you if you fight out that far in the circle, right?
Yeah. I mean, well, that's the thing is like they're not averse to going for these early game fights, but they also tend to get bogged down in them a little bit, and we'll see if it works out that way for him here in C1. It looks like they're going to pull away, so Alpha will continue on their merry way off to the north. Genji will just keep on going towards the south, but Tai Lu's still up there off to the north as we check in with them making their way, and it looks like everybody's kind of avoiding each other for the most part early on here, but Nemesis is starting to make their way through. We do have their comms, so let's hear what they're thinking about as they break through this Anyone's Legend full sense barricade.
У нас тройка фрешная,
вот кризис, пацаны, это у меня подожди, какой-то вазик не завелся в спине, аккуратно. Пацаны, у меня лутано, это скорее всего.
Бейтесь.
Это
тройка фрешная, тройка.
Подожди, тачка стоит вот тут на двойке, аккуратно.
Окей. Надо через справа кинуть. Я кину просто Саня. Шарик не ставим еще. На двойке тачка стоит?
Да.
Не на двойке. Это на контейнер.
Не на двойке, на контейнер.
Slightly rebuffed to the north, so they're just going to go ahead and try to continue to regroup. New circle should be popping in just 1 second. Are they going to get enough territory? And yeah, they are.
Like that.
They're going to have that area just to the north of Hospital. Is anyone's legend going to regroup because there are threats nearby and things to shoot at? To the north, though, look at the cluster teams. 4 Angry Men, Twisted Minds, T1, Team Liquid also trying to regroup, or they're going to have Navi on top of them. Alpha also looks like they're just cutting along the same area, while Vitality, it looks like JDG are going to be watching.
Worried about T1 here, but that terrain is allowing all these teams to kind of make rotations right next to each other and for the most part avoid each other. T1 actually going to turn around, and this might be trouble for Navi as they leave Buksansa. I think they might have spotted something in there. I mean, it's like watching a flock of migratory birds. They just they see a hawk, and then they all just immediately turn into a different direction. And it looks like they'll avoid each other now for the most part. As Twisted kind of in the same boat. I think they were getting shot at from Ohyang, and that's going to force them down into these trenches here temporarily.
The epitome of circle the wagons, because everything's getting shot at right now on both sides of it. You saw T1 and Twisted both just a couple of meters across from each other. Unfortunately for Twisted, they're in the lower section of the hillside, though, so T1's going to have a little bit of space that they get to work for, while 4 Angry Men, you're taking the pot shots at Twisted Minds, still on a little bit of a roam. We have Sharper that's trying to come in from the east. They might get gate kept out by Godlike, but if they go far enough south, there's a couple of foot push positions that they could have played, a couple of paths over there that could be fine for them. The Expendables also going to be coming in more to the northeast. They could be ending up on the other side of Alpha, as Alpha's going to end up next to 4 Angry Men. Jinji, Tyloo, I guess the more dramatic movers that we could be looking at inside the circle, as it does look like Jinji is coming up back behind Na'Vi in that Buksansa positioning.
Yeah, T1 in kind of a interesting spot here, and he looks like they're just going to bail on this, trying to take back that top of the hill.
That's a lot of vehicles lost.
Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate, but they get everybody out of there, and that's what matters here. Is JDG kind of had eyes over in that direction for him as well, but you see now they are going to spot out T1, get a good idea of what's going on around them. They have that high ground here. You see Team Liquid will find a nice compound just off to the west of Ohyang. They have full sense in a 2-2 split just off to their west and south, so they got time to kind of stick this one out. But as you said, that Gen G rotation on the north side, kind of looking at what they're doing, because they're very wide split, and they're coming in from like the north and the west right now. It's really kind of weird.
It feels like they're trying to set up a net to find a team that's maybe a bit more clustered in Na'Vi, the teams that are playing around Buksansa. But that's going to be a problem, because look at Beam. He's very isolated over here to the north. All of Tyloo is going to be cresting this hill in just a little while.
Gotta get out
they're
there,
going to spot him. He has to regroup, and he's going to have to go all the way around Buksansa. Jinji, though, probably just going to try to keep an idea on what's going on with Na'Vi, but they can keep Na'Vi corralled over here, and that's going to force them right on top of T1, who now has to hop in their vehicles. They've got to make for a move. New circle's going to pop. How's the timing? Is it good for T1? It's decent enough as everything's going Ohyang.
Okay. Yeah, T1 just going to send it. I imagine they'll probably send it into that western side of the city itself, especially now that they're going to get shot out here. JDG is kind of on the clock. They've got eyes on multiple different directions. So T1, they're getting shot at, sure, but they're only getting shot at by one member of JDG. And they'll pull into this building just on that southwestern side. Anyone's legend just off to their east. You see a number of teams kind of shooting over in this direction, but just not enough focus fire. And T1 will survive for now, but full sense has arrived.
Yeah, especially Tigger on that position right next to him could cause a massive problem. He's just waiting to see who's going to step back out onto this. So there's a couple of shots from JDG are going to slow down the pacing. But, I mean, we do have to keep an eye on what's going on with anyone's legend in the middle of all of this. Yep, Sololzi spots out Raining as T1 didn't like playing right on the edge. They felt that maybe they would get crashed. And instead, it's going to be the center that's a problem. Raining goes down. Type eats a ton of damage. That opens up more space for Full Sense to kind of navigate. And we still have all of the rotates coming in from the edges of the circle. We still have the Jinji Na'Vi positioning. We've got Sharper that's trying to find their way in. They're going to be pushing in right next to Vitality. That's going to be over into the east. And then due to spotting out where Sharper is going, Nemesis is having to play more into the east, and that's going to be where Godlike's going to be at.
Everybody trying to make a move towards Ohyang. But Jinji still dealing with Na'Vi over here in the northwest. Na'Vi a little bit split here, as D will drop down that offensive smoke right on the rock. He knows that Spiro is there. Try to force him away. He's going to make the push in here. Very aggressive positioning here from D, but Soul has his back. Will get shots from behind. D will try to make the push in. He's going to spot him out. Nicely done by Gen G. He'll have to drop back down into the smoke, though, as Ferris had an angle. Meanwhile, Soul's going to spot out another one. A number of just 1v1s, 1v2s going on in this fight.
But it's up to the north. Ferris to stay back behind, trying to keep some control and safety for Na'Vi, and that's what forced Gen G into a more awkward situation. Gen G is handling it well, though. They're responding multiple fronts on this, but Team Liquid's realized that there's a firefight that's going on to their north. It looks like Purdy Curdy and the crew are moving out to see if they can get involved, while Hakatori does get the flush onto D. Salute, very few options. Now it's just going to be sending it in a little bit more right into the face. Hakatori takes a lot of damage, but that's going to be from Team Liquid from behind. Bean gets the last shot and gets the knock on him.
And now Ferris all by himself up to the north. He's going to have to pull away and just survive a little bit longer if he can. Gen G, meanwhile, will try to reset and actually just going to try to hop into vehicles and just get out of here, as they don't know exactly how many members of Team Liquid are up here keeping eyes on him. But now you see Twisted Minds also has an angle. Get the tire shot out there. But Soul will force Perfectix to pull back around, so Gen G should be okay, but that new circle is going to pop, and they are not going to be in it.
Okay, so Oh Young keeps a lot of it in play. So Twisted Minds Hillside and the focus that we've been seeing from Na'Vi, Gen G, Team Liquid, they've all got to move. Sharper's going to quickly regroup right on the outskirts of Oh Young. Looks like Nemesis already kind of has that set in vision. Godlike got away from them and just had to move in the more, I guess, I don't want to say open, but open-ish areas to the northwestern center. It's just going to be just send it. That's what you have to do. Entrenched places are going to be all around you. 4 angry men, Twisted Minds, both sides, taking shots at Gen G, just trying to get into the circle. JDEG is going to be the focal point to the north of Oh Young, trying to keep it under control, and there's the explosions. Gen G's just got to stop anywhere that they can find, because the crossfire on them is absolutely brutal.
Oh, man, the fact that they were able to get anybody in through that gauntlet of 4 a.m. Twisted Minds and, well, a number of teams over there in Oh Young. It's impressive in and of itself. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, still hanging out with that high ground. They're going to have to move eventually, but they know exactly where everybody is. They know where Bean is. They know where Godlike is. And they also know that 4 a.m. is still lurking off to the north. As we see Team Liquid will get that revive. They'll get back on the move. 4 strong coming in from the south.
Where do they go, though? It looks like they're teasing the idea of Oh Young, but that's going to be Full Sense, Anyone's Legend, and Sharper all on a good defended position. BRDM going to be used to scout right now, and that's what Kurt's trying to figure out. He's going, okay, well, the east doesn't feel too good. Sharper's going to have that a bit more on controlled. So instead, they're going to use the ridgeline right along the road to see if they can get some distance away from Sharper, run in. That'll give him at least a good stop off, but Sharper's already trying to counter move around that. Looks like they're trying to see if they can get into a nade position, because they know exactly where Team Liquid are going to stop at. Jedi's already got the nade prepped up, but I don't think that they got there just in time.
Oh,
Shots from Earth are going to connect onto Luke. He's going to go down. Nade's going to come rolling in, connects with the BRDM, but they want to keep Luke. Got to jump back in. Timing, explosion, near on as perfect as you can get. Where do you go next? Because you're going to be pushing from the frying pan into the fire. There are so many teams in Oh Young.
They absolutely knew to expect that, but what a shot from Earth Zapalui to get the knock before he's able to get into the BRDM. They knew it was coming, and now they're just going to push right into Vitality, full strength, and they'll hop out the BRDM, hop back in, try to get a read on what's going on here. They're just dancing around, but Levante will spot out Cowboy. Cowboy's going to go down. The rest of the boys just waiting for the eventual grenades to pop off before they come out, but they got to come out now because that BRDM is starting to smoke.
Halo's got nade prep. Door gets closed by Vitality to deny it. He's got to move back forward, tries to go for some sprays. A lot of damage comes out. Gedrux gets a knock onto Halo. And now it's just poor old Purdy Curdy and his BRDM that's pretty busted. He's just trapped in Oh Young, and the explosions are going off around him. Even if he can get out of this, it's going to continue to be punished. All of Vitality on the chase for him, and he is just running around, seeing if he can find, nothing. So down to the south, circle pops. It's going to be abandoning Oh Young, and that means that this urban firefight's got to pop off.
Oh Young, all the teams that sent it in now have to leave, and who is going to be the one that manages to survive until the end here? Na'Vi does get eliminated as Ferris gets spotted out. Bean still alive here for Gen G. Twisted Minds in a lot of trouble now, as looks like they will be able to stick that res onto Example, but only just. as they're trying to position themselves in a way where they can kind of take advantage of anybody that's trying to escape the city. But Thanadol has this dirty little off angle, and Twisted Minds can't really do anything about it.
JDG as well as Vitality are the closest defenders to the zone, and they're going to be watching everything that's going on. Ouyang back behind them. Any supervision that's going to be happening out here.
Nice.
It's coming out. It's going to be cold. It gets knock on to Lou. Full Sense coming up on the other side of it, and this is just vulturing, getting whatever you can because you know you're about to walk through a meat grinder, and it is going to be a bloodbath to try to step foot inside this new circle. Solozzi's got himself Panzerfaust up and ready. T1's going to go ahead and get eliminated while all this is happening. Sharper actually kind of counter-moving around the outside of all of this. Vitality's got 2 players that are still up, going off of everything from the team of Liquid positioning. A couple of shots in between. Solozzi's not going to lean into the Panzerfaust just quite yet, it looks like, is everything for Vitality is just about timing, and Anyone's Legend still has some defense back behind him. And I think that Anyone's Legend is just going to try to slow back down the pacing, and this works out great for Sharper. Look at them. They're getting so much territory out of this.
Yeah, I mean, this is all Anyone's Legend could really even do right now. I mean, they're pinched between multiple teams. JDG doesn't have to leave their building just yet, and they're just holding windows, holding angles. You got Full Sense on the other side as well, just playing the edge. And Vitality, they're down to Quizzy, but Quizzy could cause problems for, well, not down to Quizzy inside the city. They do have Gedrox inside the circle already. So Quizzy just going to try to get points here, I think, more than anything. But it's really just a question of what can JDG do. Cold 119 already 3 kills, and he has eyes now for Full Sense.
Full Sense looks like they're hopping in the UAZ the other side. That's going to get pretty punished. That's going to be 400 men. Cold holds the wall, plays it patient, pays up big. Already finding one. Punishment comes out. It's going to be Thanadol that gets knocked on to Cold. JDG has 1 player down. How do they want to handle the defense? They know that Anyone's Legend is looming back behind him, and 4 angry men are just demolishing any movement over here. Full Sense is getting picked apart, and JDG just kind of has to watch it all.
You always wonder who's going to be the squad that has eyes on these teams fighting their way out of the city, as they will use whatever utility they've got left. It's not finding the mark just yet, but the blue zone has arrived. Solozzi playing the wall, looking for any hints of JDG. He's got that Panzerfaust in hand and does not want to leave it to chance, as he'll peek through the smokes, in between the smokes.
Thanadol.
Not going to find anything just yet, but Thanadol from that backside. Full Sense, they're down to just 1, and they are doing work here. As Suze is down, Thanadol will have time to heal up, and JDG, oh no, Solozzi, this is dirty. Putting the C4 in just to cause even more problems.
Okay, what do? You've got to finish this fast, and you've got to get out of point. You know what is going to be coming. So JDG looks like they're playing more into the north. Bean, 4 angry men, still keeping an eye on it. Oddly enough, Sharper was taking shots at 4 angry men, slows down the pace, and C4 is going to go off. Doesn't connect, but does get distance. And that's really what Anyone's Legend wants. Spots out JDG running across, trying to get into the circle, but it's going to be Nons. Going to spot out Himas. He's going to go down. And this is just not much else you can really do. Sharper, though, does have to deal with Nemesis on top of them, and that opened up more movement for 4 angry men.
Nemesis made this crash, trying to take advantage of Sharper while they were looking the other way, and they get taken by surprise. Now Melman all by himself, and Tai Lu is going to see that, and they are going to rush, immediately pulling out the grenades. They're going to sail a little bit too far, though, as Melman will dance around, and Tanawat's going to be the one that gets them. Nemesis tries to be the aggressor, but they get repelled.
Sharper, Tai Lu right on top of each other now. Tai Lu, though, I'd have to say, has the harder way to get into the circle. We're looking at just kind of one of the cuts of the rice patties over here, and it's going to be Sharper having to deal with Anyone's Legend one side of it, and they have to make sure that they respond fast. Tai Lu's still going to be back behind him. Art does get the knock on Solozzi, but Dylan gets the knock onto Thunders, and it looks like there's an opportunity for Tai Lu. They're trying to move in very quickly. Thanawat's realizing that there's going to be a problem back behind him, but he's got to focus in on Anyone's Legend. Delwyn Himas running in. Earth going to be the guy that's trying to hold them back. Tons of throwables coming out, but they're not going into the right location. I think that Tai Lu has a bad read on what's happening over here. Is now Delwyn trapped up against the blue zone and has got to move right into Sharper's face.
Oh, Delwyn's going to go down. Yeah, he has a good effort. It's down to just Himas, as Anyone's Legend is eaten right now. 6 kills. But what else can Himas do, as he is now on that south side all by himself? Sharper down to 2, and they've been doing a good job of holding the line. Good enough to put them in 3rd place overall on the day, and now they'll turn their attention over towards Tai Lu, who once again has found themselves in good position, but they're just not able to make anything of it. 0 kills now, and now Hausker is going to get knocked by Pau.
Yeah, Alpha comes in aggressive on that. They saw that movement and instantly respond. Look at the side angles already coming up from Tycon. This is a denial of positioning. Tyloo wanted to try to use the rice paddy and set it up, but great nade comes up. Lee's going to go down. Counter move perfectly timed for Alpha, and they could feast over here, but a new contender approaches. If they stay too focused on Tyloo, Sharper might be able to find some vision on what's going to be going on with Tycon.
And Alpha is just taking advantage of the fact that 4AM decided to wrap down to the south on that western side. Alpha has so much room to move around as Gedrock's going to get taken out by a mortar from Hasameme. The blue zone grenade's going to fall right on top of Lee and King Kong. Lee will get re-knocked. King Kong will have to go for the heal, but it's not going to work out for him as Tycon will get that one. And Alpha Gaming now up to 6 kills. And if they can take down Tanawat and Earth Zapalui, they got to do this. They got to do this clean, though.
Oh, it's Tycon. He's running up bold right through the smokes, trying to see if he can get an angle on it. Tanawat not going to go ahead and go down just yet, though. Timing, pacing, slowing off. Earth's going for a counter move. Other side of this could be a bit of a pinch if Alpha just runs out too much. Problem with it is the person that's going for the pinch on one side of it is Tycon, and you will have to deal with him face to face. It's always problematic. 4 Angry Men getting more control over the west, now starting to swoop in, and hearing this firefight, looks like they're positioned to go after Sharper.
And I like this from Alpha. They saw 4AM go for that move, and immediately they call Tycon back. They say, look, we've got 4 alive. We weren't able to get that kill easily, so pull back. Let's play for the win here. As 4AM is taking up all the space on the south side. They're trying to come alive here in the late game. Already 5 kills for themselves, but they've got Himas. They've got Ursapalui and Tanawat down there on the south as well. I don't know if they know exactly where Himas is. I don't see any of 4AM's Doritos looking down towards the south. They might have lost track of him.
I love the read on this coming up from Alpha. They said, okay, the weakened squad's going to be over into the east. Tycon, we need you to come back over the west. Keep an eye on what's going on with 4 Angry Men. Problem is, the western front for Alpha is going to be just on the other side of the circle from them. Like, they still need to get in. There's a ton of crates that could be down in front of them, provide some level of cover. But 4 Angry Men have their own problem, and that is a sneaky Himas that could absolutely wreck them if they're not careful, just crossing right across the fields in front of them. So Sharper managed to handle the push coming up from Alpha. Kudos to them. So they've got a little bit of the corner that they can hide in inside of the rice paddy for safety for the time being. 4 Angry Men, though, going to be very close just to the west of them, and Alpha has managed to find this 2-2 split and find some successes with it.
Oh, this could be real bad for 4AM. They lost track of how many people, I mean, and who could blame them? So many teams trying to fight their way out of that city. They just did not know that there's one more guy, one more snake in their midst, and he could cause huge problems here in the late game. The circle does pop. It is going to favor Alpha's side, and Sharper now in a little bit of trouble. What will Himas do? No grenades, no offensive utility to speak of, so anything he gets done, it's going to have to be on gun skill alone.
Drop the backpack for a better profile for the crawling through the grass. That means that ammo is going to also be pretty limited. But he has pretty close range positioning. Duck Mai going for a couple of shots to see if they can keep the corralled positioning for Sharper, because Sharper can't move up to the north. That means it's going to be them having to converge into the 4 Angry Men positioning. That works up great for Alpha. They're just trying to keep these two teams corralled as close as they could to each other. Technically 3, but I don't know if Alpha knows where Himas is, because only Himas knows where Himas is. HS, you got a problem brewing behind you. I dare you to pull a trigger for a couple of seconds.
Here we go. Oh, they try to go for it, but Duck Mai and Wind the combination by our powers combined. We will take down Sharper. Unfortunately for Spaceman, he's able to avoid the flaming vehicle for now. And now there you go. Tycon strikes. Shen is going to go down, and Himas sees this in the kill feed. He knows that 4AM is going to be a little bit distracted here. More utility will be sent over in their direction to try to slow them down.
This is a pretty messy area to fight in. You can see just with the tarps all set up this way, it kind of does make a lot of sightline blocks. It makes it a little bit easier to make foot pushes. So Simon T trying to be up above all of this, looking down on Spaceman, gets some damage with Panzerfaust. It doesn't quite connect to get the knock. Himas, though, is just going to be watching back behind this and realizing the explosions. Look, like his focus is going to be over onto Spaceman. So 4 Angry Men starting to get more control over in this western area. They're trying to push along this line, see if they can get these nades to connect. Bounces do get a a little bit of damage, but not as much as they want. Winda's down into the south, having to compete with the more southern duo for Alpha, as everything's going to be going down into that center dot position in just 1 second. Everything's starting to be pushed over here. Does Winda? I don't know if he saw him or not. Otherwise, he would have gone for the shots.
Oh, you have to think so. He was jump peeking. He looked over there like he was maybe spotted something, but did not commit. So maybe just baited himself out here. Is Himas still able to move in? He's got the flashbangs ready, going to continue to send them over in their direction. They have no idea where it's coming from, and now he'll strike. Himas gets the first knock, but that's going to be immediately traded out by Duckmy. Alpha helping out 4AM here a little bit as they will try to return the favor with grenades, trying to hold them off the push here for 4AM, but Winda's going to go down now as Shen will get revived.
Okay, Alpha, do you play this aggressive or do you give them the time? It looks like they're a bit nervous to try and make this cross. They would just want to lean into the range, use the dips that they've already got set. A ton of smoke down for 4 Angry Men, but only 2 players up and moving. Nade starting to come out, rolls close to Alpha. Not enough to get the knocks. Spaceman on top, gets vision, doesn't get a knock. He's instantly punished. 1 HP just trying to stay alive up there.
And Wind is bled out. Shen is right behind him here. Spaceman, as he said, still on that high ground. Not even going to go for the heal. Going to go for the knock on Simon T before Tycon takes him down. And now it's a 2v1. Duckmy and Tycon versus Hasameme. The spray comes through. Duckmy very, very low, but he doesn't get the knock on Hasameme. There it is.
That is going to be Alpha picking it up at the end. A great read on the circles. Great defensive positioning. You got to give it to 4 Angry Men. They tried there at the end to make something back, and good old Himas making it in the later stages always makes things fun. Let's tag back in ourselves a Toffees and Avenger to give a take on what they saw in that last round.
One must always be afraid of snakes, and in this particular instant, the Him-Asp comes out and bites them from behind. He snaked through the grass. He caught them from behind, and Cleopatra's curse was too much. 4AM tried. They put up a noble defense, but Alpha, after they pulled off of that fight with Sharper, Martin, I think they just found a good spot, and I felt like that was just their game from that moment on.
Yeah, it was, and what a difficult circle as well. They're almost baiting ending here for Ouyang there. It makes it difficult for a lot of teams to kind of get into a better spot here, but APG, man, holding onto that compound on the high ground and then kind of flushing everyone from the northern side. That's so well played. Well played, executed by them. And yeah, when you get a strike from a snake like that, everyone else is going to really capitalize on it, and APG did it for sure.
I thought they knew Poro. Tian looked back for a second, yeah? He was like jump peeking, but the grass was just too thick. And I thought Himas was going to get the double too. I think he pulled off that spray a little bit too soon, thinking it was a, good old Himas would have had the knock by now.
I mean, credit to 4AM. Like, they immediately turned on that. Like, to have a snake just kind of show up in your midst when you're not expecting it, the fact that they were able to turn on it that quickly and take care of that situation was pretty good. And they were able to almost reset off of it. They got the res, but it was just kind of immediately followed by another knock. So, as you said, Alpha just had great position there towards the late game. And even still, 4AM gave them a run for their money.
Yeah, I will say, I got 4AM starting to get everybody back up, Matt, and I felt like maybe Alpha was going too slowly. I know they had the center of the circle, but it did feel like they kind of gave 4AM a chance to almost reset.
Yeah, I mean, with the damage that was done, it did feel like there was a world where Spaceman might have been able to turn that around. Whenever he got up on top of the tarps, was trying to creep his way forward, the damage had already been done by Himas at that point, but you could see that 4 Angry Men were trying to use the terrain to advantage, and that's why they were fighting to get over onto this point. So if maybe Himas wasn't back there might have been a world where 4 Angry Men could have fought this one back, because Alpha was leaning into gun skill and angle control, because you can see they didn't want to push the tarps, and that could have been punishable off of that high ground approach. But I mean, in the end, it's just all of the factors stacked up, and it's going to be Alpha Gaming getting an extremely high kill count game.
Tycon still getting shouts from his old teammates. 6 kills as he comes out on top. Probably going to be the man of the match as they walk away with a good win here. Duckmy, Sir T, as he will always be in my heart, Simon T, and Powell coming out and putting in some work. Powell just basically support rolling, but he seems to always be there when they really need him to be in those anchor spots, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at his post right now, usually I go pow, but he says shh, don't go be so loud here. So it's just going to be pow for now. And looking at Tycon and the man of the match here, it does feel like it shimmers of PGC Dubai, doesn't it? Like, I really dream of what could have been if Tycon continued that kind of road that he was laying out 4 years ago.
Yeah.
It's the problem is how, Matt, we constantly are saying, like, it looks like shimmers of the old Tycon. Some are like, it looks like shimmers of the old Little Ghost. Like, there's just too many players that have this pedigree of, like, we know how good you are, and now we're sad when we watch you so often.
Well, that's the thing, is Tycon, like, whenever pressure's on, Tycon can find a way to kind of, like, really rise. But it feels like whenever things are supposed to go great for Alpha, they go bad. And that's what's so confusing about it is, I guess the messier the game gets, it feels like the better that Tycon plays. Even if you look historically, like his big solo clutches are whenever everything's kind of all falling apart for the team and he's got to make this big hero play. I guess maybe just figure out how to assume everybody's dead on your squad all the time and you just need to clutch every round. And maybe that's the Alpha secret.
You know, I remember that we used to call it the Tycon turn on when he would just sort of come out and all of a sudden activate for a tournament and go crazy. Maybe this is their chance to do it. As you look at that total leaderboard, as a reminder, I believe it was Alpha was in 11th place with 6 points going into this match. They are now in 2nd place. So it's still a very wide open leaderboard, Avenger.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the teams that's kind of in the chase, just a good game and you're into the top 8, right? We see teams here with multiple 20 points games here, and even for God like here, if you get a 20-point game here, you're straight into the top. So everything's still on the line here. Even though we've played 3, we've got 2 more to go. Only the teams that are, 25-ish right now feel certain. You still need to get to that 30-plus points to get into this last one here. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult. You're going to get scared.
Poro, I'm worried about Liquid. They started strong. They've had good runs, but they keep getting wiped out in a bad spot. Can we do this? Do I need to be stressed?
I mean, it seems like they're getting BRDMs today, so that's a good sign, right? Like, they usually play around those BRDMs pretty well. But pretty well. But that last game, a little bit less so. But the situation was a little bit tough for sure. But I mean, look, they got a second with 5 kills in game number 2. We'll see if they can pull something off in the last 2 games. I believe though, still they're not completely out of it by any means.
That's fair. You know what? Last week we let Martin have some copium of his own, so here we're gonna have our liquid cope. Sure. I will be honest. My notes from that game literally have just one bullet point that says liquid WTF after that send with the BRDM into the garage. But at the end of the day, I think you just get desperate. You have to make tough choices, right, Matchroom?
Yeah. They knew it was bad, right? That's the whole thing, is they were trying to approach coming in. They had to abandon their vehicles. They had a downed player already inside the BRDM, and you're just having to push right into Ohyang proper, where there were, I think at that point, 5 teams already there. They made a concerted push into a building that was going to be where Vitality was defended, and
I'm just glad they didn't get panzered.
Didn't have time to figure anything.
Yeah,
that was my bigger concern. I was really nervous on their approach that they were just going to get panzered before they even managed to make landfall.
Well, game 4 is about to get underway. You saw Godlike getting pumped for this one, and that's because they are ready to rondo. As we said, Matchman Poro back to the green room. Myself and Avenger are going to stick around to have some fun, but this is the moment. If you are below that cut line, or actually anywhere outside the top 4, you need to get pumped, because it is actually very, very close down at that lower limit. 8th place has 8 points, and then 9th has 8, and if you go all the way down to 16, it's not much better where they're 3 to 5, so they can get there in not even one game, one fight. I mean, literally, Martin, if you have a bad match and you decide to just go ahead and save and pick up 2 team wipes, you're in the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still anyone's game, anyone's chance to make it into that top 8, and you want to be into that top 8, because tomorrow a best of 15 $300,000 final, 120 PGS points for first place, and that would put you straight into the top 8 of the current PGS point standing. That would put you in a situation where you go straight to PGC, the most PGS points that has been given out so far this year, and we only have 2 final weekends of those, and now we're straight into a hot drop, I would say. Right now it's Godlike and APG. After APG stopping having this many points, they're going to just commit everything to it.
They're going ham. It's APG doing APG things as Simon T goes ahead and gets himself the Tommy gun to open the fight. He's going to lead in. He's got the head-to-head right here. His opponents do have a little bit of stronger firepower. Fauna Heaven open up big, and Simon T and Duck My dropped right away as they land and pick up really just overwhelming firepower by comparison.
It's another classic from hero to zero here. APG has 2 players now. Pow and Tycon's going to have to figure out, do we go for a res? Sure. There's a recall station here, but Godlike is just going to take the car and destroy it, surely. They're already holding on to this one here, laughing. That's going to put them 2 points ahead of Na'Vi as they were just tied with those guys. And you said it yourself, Toffees, here in a situation where if you can get this snowball rolling from the get-go, you're going to be absolutely blessed. And looking over on the map here, they actually are not that far away from the circle. They could definitely get this rolling. We do have Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, and T1 in and around Test Track, and Neox Factory, and the Test Track split that T1 is holding on to. A lot of teams are going to have to fight for space here in this game.
I think it's interesting that APG was willing to let 2 players go in and just make this hard fight right out of the gate and then not have the rest of their crew there. Obviously, I think they think, well, if you win that 2v2 here on the outside drop, we'll push in and support you. It's a fascinating decision as APG is not here. That said, Godlike is going to have to loot as if they are and expect them to possibly come back and cause a little bit of trouble. APG, I'm not sure that they're going to do that. As we get the sky view and can see just how little contest Godlike has to deal with after they wipe out those 2 APG players. Really great delete, super fast wipe, and an easy play from them. Circle comes out right smack in the middle. Could not want a more fair circle than this as we're so close to the end.
We are, yeah, and now we've had hardships all day. Surely, yeah, I mean, we're not going to get another hardships here, right? Toffee's bot, and he's just yelling at them. I love that. That's funny. Get in here, get that done. And they're like, yeah, but have you seen the leaderboard? We're 20 points ahead of you. We'll probably make it to the finals. And then the last game, they're going to get third-partied by APG, you know? Don't celebrate too early.
I like to believe that there's like a leaderboard in the stadium that they're just like, he just pointed at. And was like, yeah, look.
A decibel leaderboard, maybe.
Right? All right, so let's take a look back at the last game and a little bit of highlights to remind us of what just happened a few minutes ago.
Yep. And the other guys casted that, so we're just going to sit back and enjoy that. Maybe we should say the exact same thing with that.
Oh, sounds like we have an interview ready to sort of run over the background. I'm not sure who it's with. I'm excited to see it, though.
Maybe Doc.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the interview. I have Doug Juice with us from The Expandables.
Yeah.
GM The Expandables. Let's say hello to the audience. Hello.
Hello. Ni hao.
Wow, good. How confident do you have to like qualify in the grand final? Because it's like only 2 games left.
We're really confident because we had 1 checker at game 2, and then we got like 34 points. I think we need to 10 more points to go in the grand final because it's not like winner state. You don't have any point, you know. Yeah.
Yes.
So we just need to into the top 8, so it's okay for us.
Good. So that's over the past 2 weeks. I believe that you've learned a lot. Can you share about what you have learned?
Like the past 2 weeks, we learned a lot about way to go to the circle, more team working, and then we have more argument with together because it's a team. We need to connect to each other, so we need to know more about teammate.
Yeah, actually, a healthy argument helps a lot, actually, and we can see that you make a big progress. So we'll see you in the games. Bye bye.
Yeah, bye bye.
Illuminating interview as we get back to the match. Here's a little bit of loot on top of Neox Factory, and I like that. I think you've learned a lot in the last week. We have learned a lot that sometimes fighting is good, I guess, is an interesting way to put it, but maybe an insight into their team. Let me put it this way, Martin. If the interviewer comments on how your team has been fighting a lot, and it seems to be like sometimes it's good, it means you guys are fighting way too much that they're noticing.
Yeah, maybe that could be the point here, but they've had success today here, and on 25 points currently, that's going to be them pretty comfortably into the finals if they don't go out with 0 points the next 2 games here. And even so, with how strong they've been in other survival stages, Toffees, I'm certain that the Expendables are going to be able to make their way in there. As we jump over to Godlike, that just got their 2 points. out of the 8
They were so happy about those 2 points, though.
Yeah,
they were so
happy.
happy.
You see how excited they were? You see how much they celebrated? I hope
Well,
this
you see how
really
hard the
opens
lobbies
up.
have been for them? 2 kills here is a win, man.
Yeah, that's it's gonna increase your total points by 33% after that. That's huge. But still, the snowball effect that could really get them, and the moral boost. That's really what I'm looking for in this and the next game here, because otherwise they are gonna have to bow down. If we go out and kind of look at the current bottom 8. What team do you think in the next 2 games is going to be able to get in and kind of lock that space down, Toffee? So I'm curious as we see the rotations coming in.
I mean, traditionally you'd say Na'Vi, right? But absolutely not at this point. I mean, I think that I think Gen G is one of those teams like they could have if they get a decent macro and they get lucky and not picked up on rotation and they go 4 strong, then I think they pull it off. And my other one is I think Vitality is always got that potential. I just don't. They haven't been living up to it, but that's a roster that knows how to play. And if they play good, strong rotations, they could win on averages.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we jump over to them.
Yeah, they could win on averages. We could see that happen here. It comes down to this game specifically because you're having that pressure on that last game. And usually just sure you win that last game, you're going to get in, but you don't want to rely on having to be that last game here. And Vitality, they've been a strong team. Pretty surprised to see them only 11 points. Maybe not as surprised as I'm to see Na'Vi on 6 points after 3 games. I'm here in match 4. They've not seen anything. Now Nemesis, currently the 8th team cut off at 16. They need to win this one here, and it's against Gam the Expendables. Difficult team to pull up against. And Duck Juice opens on 2.
Duck Juice, oh my! As he gets the double, Nemesis in some trouble. Tombu going to be here, gets time to heal up. They were so focused on him that Duck Juice was able to just come and get that flag down from the back, and it puts him already at a huge loss. Stiffx up inside the house. Stade coming in for a little bit of backup. Duck Juice tries to go ahead and make it a 3. Stade's got the flash, wants to throw it through, switches back to the M249 and goes around to the right side. Duck Juice is on the chase, however, goes back around this way. The entire team is out. Soset is flushed. The fight is on. Stade has to hide in the corner, and he's just waiting. It's like watching a horror film as they hunt him down.
More nades, more utility being committed from all sides here. Wangref also trying to support. Shots are coming in here. The drive-by is happening. 35 HP here. It's going to be easy. More shots coming in. Tanwu hits a nade, and Clarice finds Diffex. Gam the Expendables finds 4 more points to put them on 28.
Na'Vi 0.5 absolutely deleted. Nemesis in a little bit of trouble there as they do get taken out. Let's jump back over to Vitality, a team that needs to work averages as they just float around the circle, trying to find somewhere to land as every spot they've gone to has been contested or bristled them away. And now they're going to go loop just north of Liquid as they again get bristled.
This is absolutely insane. More south shift and hard shift continue here. We do go southwest. And as that happens, we see a lot of teams trying to get into better spaces. You know, Legend has locked down this high ground compound with the little warehouse that's made of sheet metal. It's very, very strong. You get a really good overlook of that. And if they end up having a circle that end up somewhere close to this area, this is a guaranteed qualification for them. They usually farm from areas like this, Toffee. So keep your eye on what anyone's Legend's doing.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that one as they've got a pretty good spot right there in the middle. Twisted Mind's in a good spot to get themselves comfortably. Because at 20, I don't think they feel very good about their spot right now. And as a team of averages, they need to have another good game here. JDG, one of those teams that we thought might have a big day at the start, has the potential to pop off. Just going to drive in circles in front of the wall. Basically, that's a sneaky scouting system. Drive around and to show your broadside a few times and hope somebody shoots at you to let you know not to crash.
Absolutely. Oh. I have to replay. Look at that again. Such a great angle for Dog Juice. And yeah, and Clarice and Tanwu also helping with that one. Great off angle for Clarice to jump out onto the roof as well there. Dog Juice is just laughing.
Well, it feels like it's just a miscommunication, right? Like they had nobody looking that dirt. They had 2 guys pushing, and they're both looking at the same window together, right? Like the backstab was inevitable. And that's one of those you just got to get that veterancy to go, hey, just because that's where the threat's coming from doesn't mean you can't watch for the other ones. I've got this covered. You look to the right. So they do get dismantled, absolutely. Tyloo taking some shots at JDG, who is still yet to find a place to call home. The journey continues.
Tyloo really trying to make the most out of this one so far. 15 points is a great effort from them, but they're hoping to make their first big appearance in a big finals here. That'll be huge for them, but coming in from this northwestern side here, they have to have more priority trying to get into this circle here as it's already closing. A lot of teams are already finding their way into the middle, and they're holding on to an edge where they're basically poking off teams to get off. And with where the circle's landing, there's not a lot of compounds, and you gotta fight for space early. This could be their detriment to their campaign in this game here.
All right, so the circle is about to close, and while some teams have been poking each other, that we're going to have to see these fights go to fruition in full once the next shrink happens. I'm going to assume that there's no real... So the circle is going to pop up to that northwest side, and there's just nothing. Look at this great migration, hoping for 3 spots in the middle.
You know what? Brutal. At least it's not a back-to-back hard shift or back-to-back south hard shift or anything crazy like that. But teams are really trying to move into other positions here with T1 setting up shop in a great spot. Gen.G has locked down good spots, and with the 1-2-3 split that we saw from Inward Legends paid off here for them to get a somewhat center spot, as a lot of teams are kind of moving, and especially Twisted Minds here, moving back into the eastern side and holding on to an edge of test track where this high ground and the control tower from this racetrack here is proving very valuable for them.
Yep, they'll use that. They'll kind of keep an eye on things. JDG, after all of their journeys, actually found a compound on the edge of the circle. That car coming in awful hot. I would have been a little worried if I was the rest of the crew. Na'Vi going to take to the air. Interesting choice. They're not that far outside, but they know the edges are going to be packed, so I think they're going to drop and try to get up onto top of that little mountain. What do you call those? Pillars? Earth pillar? The Earth Zapalui?
Earth Zapalui? Yeah, I like that. That's a good one. Let's see. You would have enjoyed that one as it happened in your mind, I can imagine. Sharper here holding on to the space is important. It's obvious for multiple reasons, because there's basically only room for one team here. Now, back to Na'Vi, hot dropping straight onto Anyone's Legends. Finds one, a potential another knock is going to come through here. He's going to have utility in his hand, and Spiro finds it, and the flush gets stolen. Ferris is out, and Hecatory finds Solalzi.
Well, depending how you're looking at it, a deeply unlucky time to Molotov. Himas going to go ahead and clear the top of that floor. There is a down Sololzi. Nothing they can do about that, but Himas comes in. Na'Vi and Sparrow both go down to that grenade, and now he's just got to hunt the last man standing. Door opens, spray comes out, and it's the exact same trade. He's got utility in hand when the door opens, and a man is standing there with an assault rifle. So that is the end of Na'Vi as they are cooked. They're left with 7 points on the day so far, and going to have one of the hardest orders ever of getting into the grand finals. As they're going to have to beat every single team in front of them.
Absolutely. With that, it's a rough situation for them. More teams coming in as well, and Godlike is also looking at the potential of coming in and landing on this apartment block as Fulsense is coming in. It's kind of split in between. They're actually landing straight onto Anyone's Legends. Didn't expect that. Tony finds one. Haven goes down as well. Tony gets the flush into Delwyn. Anyone's Legends down to just 2 players, but they got 4 kills already. They're probably happy with that.
Yeah, Himas is like, seriously, guys, we just finished a fight. Give us a second. I think that's why Godlike decided to do it. They're down 2 already, though, as it's now a fair fight. Full Sense probably going to backstab. Here comes the spray. Himas making another play. He does go down. Destroy comes in to help out. Wants to get that res as fast as possible, but he's got to get him up the stairs. Guard your man. Get him around the corner, and then you can use a little bit of cover to go ahead and get this. Sticks it up, goes for it. Tony, nice molly through the window. He's going to have to avoid this. Get up on the banister. Sorry, friend, you are going to burn, and they'll make it a 1v1. But Full Sense should be hungry enough to come over here ASAP. Come on, Full Sense.
The molly hit him as well. Another molly kind of spread it there as well. Bit unfortunate for them, but again, this third party here from Full Sense is smart. That's what Circle also pops out. JD sending in. Twisted Mind is considering too. A lot of teams, so many pull-ups onto this area, and Godlike is out in 14th place.
That's beautiful. Godlike is out, and everyone is here. Martin, Thanadol's trying to hold something on the top. This is why Full Sense didn't go in third party, because they knew there were more people coming. Destroy tries to go up the hill, but Poulin is waiting. Twisted Minds crashed in, and now they're here as the chaos breaks out. Belmoth gets December. Then he gets the flush, but Nons turns around and takes Thanadol out as Full Sense and JDG go to battle.
Super well executed by some of the teams coming in for a third party here, but unfortunate for a lot of the teams already holding on to the space here. Twisted Minds for a third-party pull-up here. Finds Belmoth as Perfectix gets him with the AUG and flushed from Blue as well. And now with Twisted Minds, 3 kills and all 4 alive. Is holding on to the eastern side of this compound that's proving extremely valuable. A lot of the other teams are considering how do we approach this one, as a lot of teams in the center, in this compound, in this apartment complex, is already holding on.
A lot of teams pulling ahead of Anyone's Legend here in this compound. Twisted Mind's one of those as they now take the lead on them, 22-23, but they do have the tiebreaker, and they've got a bunch of players up here right now inside of the circle. This spot was high prio. It's why so many people came in, and now everyone's got their own little bit of real estate. 2 players left on Full Sense, trying to hold their house. JDG in the same boat, and they'll throw a few things at each other to say, just stay there. But I would assume that with the circle where it is, you'll see a bit of a slowdown on these houses. We go to Vitality, who's making another hard send. Gonna take them right past the waiting jaws of Gen.G.
Yeah, smart. Well played. And now with Gen G holding on to this one here, again, they're going to be pushing and putting so much pressure on the teams trying to get into center here. Vitality is setting up shop, but they are losing players and starting to try to make space here. Thunderstar's fine salute. It's alleviating a little bit of the pressure that's being put onto Vitality. They might be able to get Levante up, but we're going to have to see how that continues as Smoke and Cars are in for the cover here. And the Vitality under tons of pressure here. APG down to just this 2-man we saw earlier. Lots of damage already being done here. They might be driving straight into a death trap. Could it be Liquid getting all the points? Halo finds one. Cowboy finds the other, and Pow goes down.
Pow! That's the end of APG as they come into a tough spot. Liquid's got a good place there. Pretty happily here on the edge. They need to get these points. They had such a good game 1, and now they've just slid down to 8th place with only 16 points. But with 4 alive and a box to deliver, I love watching when they carry the box. The animation is too funny. He brings it over, drops in the ditch, and says, "We have backups." You can come on, pick it up and take it over. Bummer. Uh-oh. Twisted Minds, because they like messing stuff up, are going to go ahead and just mortar in to Sharper's spot. Takes him out. Jedi completely eliminated. And that stinks. I mean, they're not even a threat place to actually hit Sharper right now. They're just good enough with the mortars.
Yeah, absolutely. And as this next circle does pop south, 4 AM is laughing. They're basically maintaining and controlling 50% of this circle, as all the other teams are in the north or in the middle of this old circle. Team Liquid trying to make the most of it. Perfectix finds multiple with the mortar. A flush and now another knock onto Thunders. Twisted Minds now up to 5 kills here, and they need it to hold on to this top 5 position that they have now gotten. 25 kills, 25 points so far, but the 5 kills is putting in them really easy. And within this striking distance of this first place spot, that's only 30 points.
Looks good. It's not that far ahead. First place is the qualification cut line, and the pass is Perfectix does it again. Gets another knock, and then Suze gets the kill. Gam the Expendables takes the spot. I guess they're hoping everyone's out of mortars, so they do it. It's a dangerous spot to go to.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with Example and the guys here holding on to this eastern side, they're going to have to eventually push this apartment block even further, but so far, they are pushing and putting so much pressure on everyone else here, Toffees. With JDD, T1, Team Liquid also considering what they're going to be doing here.
Halo sends another mortar, though he was close enough to the rock that it did stress me out just a little bit after the Tian escapades. Here comes that perfect mortar, goes in, hits the middle, but doesn't get any knocks. Nans through the window, through the walls, on the stairs. He chased them all. Nan's going to go up to the high ground, trying to make a play. He's got that double blaster out. He ducks backwards, finishes the flush, and just readjusts his position.
Yeah, really well played by him. And with that M249 in hand here, I'm able to do so much more damage. A third party and a pull-up from Team Liquid here. Now, Twisted Mind is still holding on to the eastern side of this. They're probably not expecting Team Liquid to come in with full form, and all the utilities being deployed here. Nades are being thrown in and out, and making it difficult for Team Liquid to get in here. Shots are coming in, and Example is trying to defend this off. More utilities really being deployed here pretty good. It does find Lou, and also goes down. Alo goes down and flushed as well with the Famis in hand of Batulins. Team Liquid's gonna be so much pressure here. They're gonna be completely out, and Twisted Mind still 3 alive, up to 9 kills now.
You know, they had just come over to Liquid Comms, and there was a chance for us to possibly hear them take that fight, but it will not be. And now we jump over to T1 and the Expendables. Nice opening grenade knock there as the Expendables trying to hide behind the BRDM and make something work, but the nade goes under. Pop, pop, boom. That's the Expendables eliminated, and T1 now takes this prio position.
Yeah, absolutely. Now with this side here, the northern side being pressured by so many teams, T1 trying to get Sapaloo out of this one. Genji on the west of them. Now with this next circle pop here, very likely for them to having to do some pressure. Now more utilities being deployed here towards full sense as Tigger's trying to hold on to this with a barrel.
So Twisted Minds is hunting Tigger right now. The rest of the rotation is going on. Let's actually check in with Twisted Minds, listen to the hunt and the adjustment.
Я слышал, он на лестнице где-то. Мне кажется, он где-то в смоке у нас.
Парни, или краш может быть.
Там 3 Т1.
Парни, у меня ДБС, я могу с ДБСом зайти.
Хорошо.
У меня пойди забери просто. И парни подождут. Прям в моем трупе 8 хэ. Точность метка 4, аутсайд дома.
Yeah. This is obviously them trying to hold on and make more space here. There's a DBS and a FAMAS in the hands of Twisted, and they only have to push one full Sense player, and he's still inside the edge of this old circle here. T1 is sending up on the northern side here. They're probably considering to make a move or push onto kind of the edges of where Twisted Minds has a playing line and a winnable line in towards this, and also putting pressure onto Vitality. He's currently holding on to pretty valuable center terrain here, Toughies.
Mortar to nothing. And the center is going to be a big deal, right? As that circle comes out, there's not a lot of anything. I'm curious if these are actually meant to be attack mortars or just cleared for send mortars, possibly later on as they work their way and just kind of destroy everything in the middle, building their own, what do you call this, terraforming the center of that map so they can go there eventually. Heather does get that knock on Levante. That may open the door for them to charge forward. That's what they're looking for. So the cars start to look, the offensive smokes come out, and it looks like T1 may charge forward. Come on, boys. Now
here, take a holding onto this edge here. Batoons with the push here. Great push from him with the FAMAS in hand as well. The 3-key helps him, and he survives. Did get a headshot, though, and he's down to 35 HP. He's going to have to put some utility towards T1 that's now making a move to try to get into this circle here. Multiple cars and a little bit of a rock to play. Raining and Type is trying to hold on to the space as Heather is also trying. Oh, there's so much utility raining in here. Doing so much damage to Type. And all the cars are now exploded here. T1 under immense pressure now. Shots almost connects. Perfectix doesn't find him. Soul and Salute goes down to Tai Lu on the other side.
Oh. You know, Perfectix cut down to the single shots and looked over and went, oh, Heather's close. Finishes him off, gets the double flush, and the team can go back to focusing on the last man of T1 over in the middle. Everyone's desperate to get out of these edge positions and find something towards the center. Vitality, the winner, though, is they were able to slide away with one man alive for the time being and a bunch of holes to hide inside. The car is up in flames, so he can now hide behind it as Tai Lu tries to get some vision on them as well.
Tai Lu is making a run for it. Toughies with his circle holding onto this much space, and the West being 4 alive. The only team to be 4 alive. This could be their game unless someone else comes in and destroys that hope for them. 4am also 4 alive, as I just remembered on the southern side, but the circle, if it goes north, is going to be difficult for them, and it does go north. Look at that. They're going to have to make a huge push, potentially taking space away from Tai Lu.
Yeah, I mean, if they go left, that could squelch both of those teams' ability to take this win. Mortars are in the air as they're continuing to soften up the sends. Goes on. T1 takes an attack. Raining has to dodge it. Sees it in the air, gets around the side of the rock, and then goes back to where he was. Mortar efficacy is at an all-time high by the shooters, but it's also gotten so much better by the spotters.
Yeah, it is.
Like to dodge and get around it.
Looking up. A double here. If that's on both sides of the rock, it's going to be really difficult for Rainy. He had to run out of dodge, and D finds him as Space Fence is also opening up in Tai Lu here, losing players. And valuable time. Kong goes down as well, and Tai Lu's team is falling apart.
Tai Lu is getting ripped to shreds as 4am makes the flank. They got to do the play. Lee is down. He's crawling, getting hurt. I don't think they have any res options over here right now as everyone's pushed pretty far back. One Dragon holding a BRDM, not a rock, I'm sorry, in the distance. And Tai Lu just laying flat. I think this is the problem. This speaks to me on their strategy in general. It's just Tai Lu flat, laying on the ground, and they're getting caught off guard again. Fortunately, Example's here to help as he gets the knock on Shen and may open the door for Tai Lu to survive this.
Perfectix having 7 kills, Batulins 4, Twisted on 12 total. Example is dishing out damage. He's not been able to find a kill yet, but he surely will in this game here as the circle is pushing 4am into a kind of a rougher spot. The 3 guys in the distance is not in the circle, and now One Dragon is going down to that blue zone that's pushing him. Alsker is also eventually going to have to make moves here. As Vitality is sitting with 1 player inside, and Genji is trying to make a push with 2.
They had 4 alive. They're down to 1 as Tai Lu tries to figure out how to hold here. They let One Dragon go down to the blue. 4am. Lower on players, but still up and running. Going to go ahead and try to get the send over. Genji looks like they'd love to have that last Tai Lu point as they slip forward using those holes they created earlier on. Tai Lol is eliminated in 5th place, and we're in the top 4.
So unfortunate now 4am making this play here, taking this space. Quizzy finds a nade and a knock onto D here, and Perfectix goes down to his own car. It's a little bit unfortunate. Now the last 2 players from Twisted Minds can have to try to hold out 4am. Shen has sent it forward with a car here, and with the nades coming in from right, left, and center, it's going to do so much damage to him. First one did a lot, but not going to connect on him. And now 4am is really in the driver's seat here for this one, Toughies.
They really, really are. They survived that pushback against Tyloo with a little bit of help from Twisted Minds. They got their player back up, Twisted down to 2, and Gen G just hoping to get through. And you know, 4AM with Shen in that center position is going to be in a really good place to let their players play on that outside. The question is, do Twisted Minds choose to work the outside corner here? Do they send the car? I mean, I don't really know what your options are. If they do hit this double nade, though, it could make it almost difficult for 4AM to win this.
Oh, Xamble hits Winda. That's important as well, because that was the off angle to hold them kind of pinned in this position. And now with that, they can continue and kind of focus, and they've got emergency cover as well in the sky. Shots comes in, Xamble takes Sameme down as well. Shots are coming in for the flush. He does get it himself, and now up to 13 kills for Twisted. What a game for them.
Let this man eat. He's playing good. Example gets a nice little play there. They got that flush off to the left. They want to make sure they live at least long enough for that to go down, as every point will potentially matter. They're in first place at 37 points right now, so they feel pretty good. Twisted Minds, it's always good to see them thriving. 4AM, though, still pretty strong with their 2 players, though I don't think Winda has an option to be rezzed. Do I hear a beep of a C4?
I do. Shots comes in from Batulins. He says no, but the car continues. It could go straight towards Vitality. It does 71 damage to Quizzy. And that's going to do a little bit rough for it. Now more shots comes in for that flush. Example does get Winda where they found him with the nade early on. Now more shots comes in the distance. He's been spotted here. Spaceman's out. A little bit in the distance, but he's inside the circle, Toffees. Shen is looking like he's holding on to so much control off that angle.
He did. He's about to get knocked. There it is. Yep, he's peeked too hard, got knocked aggressively. That opens the door for Twisted Minds. They got to try to make a play as they're now dealing with a 1v1. They don't want Shen coming back up, so they're going to charge forward using the ghost-rided car as cover. They move up to the blue zone, which kept them tucked in behind. Now they wait for the blue zone to close so they can follow the car back in. 5 kills and counting as Batulin gets that flush on Shen. Now they have the rock that Shen had a second ago, and what looked like 4AM's game is now twisted.
And now more emergency cover being deployed here. Dorito's going to be falling from the skies, and Badulins and Example, the 2-man punch duo here with the FAMAS in hand. And those are straight in the center. They're going to have that to be easily played. Surely, Quizzy and Spaceman. Oh, that falls just behind the car, and that does some damage onto Spaceman. Now Spaceman's going to have to heal. Does get Example down, though, making it a 1 versus 1 versus 1.
Get the res. You got time. They can't run at you. They can't run at you unless that nade is perfect. But the nade's going to go this way. Nice top by the last man trying to get that play over there. Spaceman's got to face off against Vitality. Vitality trying to sneak up over the top. Gas cans out. That's how bad it's gotten, people. 4M's ultimately going to go down as Example makes the play from the outside. He got that res on Batulin, and now it's a 2v1.
Sample, of course, here with 4 kills now. 17 could make it 18. And with a native, it's perfectly in the background here. It's going to do lots of damage. And it's 18 kills for Twisted Minds. A 28-point game, Toffees. Basically a one and done. Example is so excited about this one here. And you can see that they're so happy to make this one happen just before the last game.
Look at me now. Yeah, so here, okay, get Poro and Matt back here. Imagine being Batulin. Batulin gets so excited for these wins, and when he turns to his left and his right, he's got Example and Perfectix to reflect that excitement back to him, Poro.
Look, you gotta have a vibes guy. Batu's gonna be the vibes guy, and everybody else is just gonna. They're just as excited. They might not show it because they're cold-blooded killers, but they are very, very excited about this one, as they should be. That was a return to dominant performance that we've seen from Twisted Minds. But oh my goodness, Navi, what? This was the game-winning compound. I guess that's why everybody was sending it to there, right? They just happened to be the first ones.
The argument's not that they did the wrong thing. Yeah, there you go. Sorry, Matt, go ahead.
I was going to say, well, it's all about the timing, because Twisted actually does end up over here as well. They just let everybody else fight it out, and they can run through. Sharper also in a great spot off the get-go, but did we see 5, 6 teams that ended up going to that compound? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I mean, I learned that the right choice can be defined by timing more than anything else, and that's exactly what that was. The right choice at the wrong time. As Navi came in, Twisted did it better. You see him come in here, and they absolutely dismantled Liquid, who was looking so good for a minute there, but everybody wanted this spot. Then you get T1, who pushes up on what became an absolute graveyard under this Earth pillar, Martin.
Yeah, that was insane. What a kind of way for all the utility to come in. All the damage has been done there, and sure, T1, they got into somewhat of a decent spot here. They actually tried to make up a spot where they could play, but Vitality defended it in a way and held onto it by spreading out so much that Twisted Minds just laid everything out towards them, perfecting having this off angle here. And what a game for Twisted Minds to put on pressure on so many other teams while both defending and aggressing on teams that's still in the compound.
We need a stat on how many nades were thrown there. Poro was commenting about it while we were watching. It was like 500, I swear.
So many. They even had 2 at the end to take down the last player from Fatality. Like, they never run out. Like, their utility usage is so good. And like, it's so effective.
Look, Perfectix was smiling. He was excited.
Right, it's about what you get from them. As slowly but surely they put their arms up, they come away with a win. Perfectix with 8 and 1,000 damage, 8 knockouts, 1,000 damage, and 7 kills is absolutely wild. Also, who's stealing Example's kills? Almost 1,000 damage for him, and it looks like they all got jacked. Match him.
Well, it wasn't Lou. We know that.
That wasn't Lou.
It was not Lou.
Okay. I mean, you can look at Batulin's guys. Like 5 kills, 1 knockout. He's been stealing, not from Example, obviously, but the man of the match, obviously, with a 1K clubber and 7 kills, is going to be him. But Example, I think he lost 1 or 2 kills, flushes to others. So that's probably where it comes from.
Hey, that's where he gets the name. Perfect 1Ks. This is an example of him as the man of the match. Deservedly so. And it's good to see Twisted Minds putting numbers up again, Poro.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you just kind of hope that they can find a consistency. I'm not ready to declare the return of Twisted, but that definitely looked like shades of old Twisted that we got used to seeing be just an absolute dominant force in the scene. But we're going to see him in the final. That's for damn sure.
All right, Twisted Minds 27 off the... Jeez, everybody, look at her. Comparing them, everybody else's totals looks paltry by comparison. It's actually kind of embarrassing, that.
I mean, Vitality finding some points. Shout out to them. T1, of course, getting something in this one, but you're 100% right. This was just Twisted Minds. And I'm with you, Poro. It's like Twisted keeps making these smart choices, and they keep getting these like big, like flashy kills. And then the next game happens, and you're like, where's the Twisted Minds from the game before this? Because we all know that they're capable. And I think that that's Batulin's frustration that we can see come out, because he knows they're presently in first place through the Survivor stage, but in a dominant fashion. The thing about it is, how do they transition this in this new meta, in TPP, BRDMs, Panzerfaust, all the digging? How do they find ways to make that magic happen whenever the lobby gets just a wee bit stronger?
Well, we saw the leaderboard. It is extremely tight as we get into it, guys. The cutoff is 8th place as a reminder before we take our break. Usually it's around 30 to say safe zone. And right now, if you saw that leaderboard, 6th place is at 27. Then 7th and 8th is 23, 20. And then it goes 20, 19, 19, 17, 16. So it is honestly anyone's game as we get ready for our last match. We're going to take a very quick break, at which time we will hear from Spaceman and 4 AM Gaming. And when we get back, it's time for the final match of the day.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the interview. I have Spaceman from 4M with us here. Let's say hello to the audience. Hello.
Hello. 大家好，我是 4M 的 Spaceman.
Yeah, he's like introducer himself. Yeah, of course. You've earned a lot of points during the 3 games, and you have enough points. It seems like do you have confidence? Like how competitive do you think your points are to qualify the grand final, the final stage? 就是现在你觉得你们这个分数够不够进入到这个决赛？觉得分数有没有竞争力？
分数应该对我们来说压力是最小的吧。够不够的话，我觉得还是要看第5把的结束，因为目前29分之前是不够进的。
Spaceman said, because the 29 points is not enough in the past game and past tournaments, but we think if we can earn more points in the final game, we'll made it and we will qualify in the final stage. But if you finally made it, this will be your first time to qualify in the final stage in Circuit 3. Will you feel pressure? What's your feeling? 就是如果说你们这次能够进入到决赛的话，那将会是你们在这次 C3 阶段第一次进入到决赛。想问问你们心情会怎么样？
我觉得对我们来说是一个释放压力的机会吧。毕竟前2周没进，大家压力都挺大的。如果扛过了小组赛的话，我觉得我们会有一个不一样的 4M。
Spaceman said we do feel a lot of pressure in the first 2 weeks game, but if we finally made it in the final stage, we'll release all the pressure. It will helps a lot. We will play well in the final stage. So best wishes for you guys. See you at the games. Bye bye.
Welcome TNT and Le Ghost. Some of the most memorable PUBG moments come from immediate decisions. Do you think great players are usually planned, or do they come from trusting your instincts?
偏本能吧，因为这个游戏突发情况太多了。
And when TNT made that play, was everyone on the team immediately on the same page, or was there a moment of, wait, what's happening?
当时第一时间就是每一次都是队友出现这种灵性想法的时候，都会去看当场判断。就是说我们在处于穷境的时候、迫境的时候，都会让队友大胆去尝试。
Like some plays become highlights because they were. If that exactly same play had failed, would you still think it was the right decision?
我觉得它是一个正确的决定，但是如果没有做下来的话，那就说明我没对。
我感觉是经过长时间队伍的沉淀磨合过后，大家在比赛中的站位和配合更协调了很多。
Imagine you could invite any PUBG player in the world to join you for dinner tonight. Who would you invite?
邀请左子轩，因为这个游戏还没有电脑的时候，我知道这个游戏，我当时在直播平台我看左子轩。
尬了呗，因为我是跟他现在在团队中所处的位置都一样吧。他上次前面，大家有机会能学习学习。
Okay. Thank you both for joining us. We're looking forward to see what 17 Gaming brings to the PGS9 and beyond. Best of luck. Thanks for taking your time to take the interview. Let's see you in games. Bye bye. Bye bye.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, give it all you got, we got next. Y'all rockin' to the top, can't stop it, must be off your rocker thinking you gon' stop her. We got next.
We have next, or in this case, one more game. This is a survival stage, the last one here at PGS 9. The last game of 5 to determine who gets a chance to go to the 3-day grand final with $300,000 and essentially a bid to PGC on the line. The PGS points for the winner are insanely high, and that means this is the event of the year that you do want to lock in. My name is Tavis. I'm joined by Matchroom, I'm joined by Avenger, and I'm joined by Porosaurus. In just a few minutes, maybe seconds, we're going to kick off the final match of the day. Set the stage for me, Avenger.
Yeah, in this case here, you're talking about 120 PGS points for the win. Any team, even one of the teams that's struggled here with the right conditions, could win it all in the finals, right? We've seen so many surprises this year. We could see even more surprises here in the last game, and I'm hoping for a big one.
Let me ask you this seriously, Poro. Is everyone still in it?
I want to say yeah. I mean, but based on the points, yeah, I think everybody's in. I mean, even Navi down in 16th with 7 points, they have a shot at hitting the cut line. So they're going to have to make some magic happen. I will say there's only 3 teams to this point that have not made a grand final during this circuit. And it was T1, 4 a.m., and Navi. So T1 and 4 a.m. looking like they're in good position. Navi, dead last. They got a lot of work to do in one game.
Well, they have a team and a pedigree that's done it in the past. Will they make it happen? Will our bottom 8 teams make it happen? The line is close. The cut may be lower than it's ever been before, and the map where we find out is the classic. It's the grassy pastures of Arangel. For the end of this Survivor Series, we take to the sky, the players drop from the plane, and the duo with the call is Matchroom and Porosaurus.
One game left for our top 8, and presently we have a tie in that 8th and 9th place position between Vitality and Tai Lu. We're jumping into this with the potential of a pretty low point scoring just being the threshold. But man, it could still pop off. All the squads, it feels like, that are in that like 6th through 10th place position seem to understand on this last game it is go time. The flame path gonna make it feel like it needs to be go time real early.
Not lying. Plane path all the way down south. Look at Lipovka. Fatality, 4 a.m. Nemesis, all very, very close to each other. It looks like they should manage to avoid each other for now, but yeah, that plane path has to be the story here. Now Novo, T1 doing their alt drop. They're going to land right on top of Twisted, or at least close by, and maybe not right on top, but might trade some shots back and forth here, but we'll see if we get that Millie circle.
I've got eyes on, yes, it does look like JDG ended up stealing the vehicle from T1's positioning. Yep, military base, no big surprise on it. Well, who knows with these circles? We can still cut up to the north, but it is going to be the Expendables. Glory is going to go down to Suze from JDG. JDG gets the compound that has a little bit better loot at the start, and it looks like the Expendables, a little bit of damage control. Presently at 30 points for the Expendables, so even taking casualty early, not the worst. Big picture.
Final game of the day. Military Island Circle. All the right ingredients are there for this to be a absolute barn burner from the word go. You already see one flush coming through, and looks like the Expendables, the rest of them, are just going to dip on out of the south side of Millie Base. And it looks like Twisted and T1 have managed to disengage from each other, and all that nonsense that was going up around Lipovka is also cleared out. So for now, at least, it seems like it's going to be okay, as Team Liquid are going to make their way across the bridge on that eastern side. You're going to see T1 making their way in a little bit closer towards those military hills just in front of them. As yep, there we go.
And a little bit on foot. Vehicles, you did see that JDG came down and grabbed one of the vehicles that was very close to them, so T1's got to make sure that they keep this a bit more on control. You know, maybe knocking one of these Team Liquid players and stealing a vehicle would be nice, but instead, they're going to let that first section of it go. Kurt's still got to come up back behind it all, but I don't think that T1's going to get too aggressive on it. I think that T1, from what I can see, has 3 potential vehicles. They were wanted to be 4. And see if Kurt's going to move too close. Nope, the timing for it is just fine. So Team Liquid's going to get the hillsides over into the west. GD Gaming is starting to stretch out over there. Navi has one of their players looking like trying to make landfall on this northern coast. Sharper's playing the western bridge. It's full sense. Looks like they're just going to be trying to send it across in maybe a boat, or I can't tell if that's a glider. That's going to be on the western side where Gen G's going to be at. And Vitality going old school. We're like Navy style.
This is all the way off to the east of Milta Power. Keeping an eye on Team Liquid because, as you said, Navi has one guy over here trying to set up a beachhead. The rest of the team still off to the north. Looks like they might hop into a boat to get over here, but at least Ferris is able to get inside that compound. But did Team Liquid spot that out? Do they know that that's a solo?
I'm more concerned, did Navi spot out the fact that Team Liquid is already playing over here, because it looks like he made landfall, called the building being open. Now they're going for a cross. Look where Kurt's at. He's going to spot them make landfall. He should have easy shots on this. So what could have been called as a clear position to approach from might suddenly be very punished.
Oh, this is dangerous. And Ferris has actually left that building, and Navi's just running across the beach in the open. Ferris had no idea that there's a team over here. And now Navi is going to get taken down. Ferris is going to go down first. Kurt already sent a few shots over there. Navi managing to survive for now, but they are in a world of trouble.
They're just standing out in the open, just trying to get to the hillside, find some safety. But Team Liquid, they're already becoming more active. Luke coming over to provide some support. Kurt gets the knock on Spiro. That's going to make it even more complicated. Nade's going to come up, and it feels like Navi is hoping that maybe they can get a knock on this side and open it up, but I don't know. Team Liquid is already swarming into the north. Too many angles, no form of safety to be found, as Kurt's done the perfect job of just funneling everybody from Navi exactly where Liquid wants them.
And Team Liquid has to be looking like this is a freshly cooked meal. This is them in 12th place trying to make that cut line, and they have got 4 easy points making their way right down the line, and Alo will take down Hakatori. It's Navi down to just 1, and they will go down, and Team Liquid will get 4 to start off the game.
Navi finishes in 16th place. Oh, that's going to be one of those you've got to go back and do some research on, because it feels like maybe spotted it out wrong. We are going to take a quick look at what's happening inside the last game, but I'm going to give you updates on the rotations that we were watching beforehand from the game that's presently going on, so don't get confused. Talking about what's presently happening is Vitality's trying to make the rotate down next to Twisted Mines. That's going to be being punished, but there's that little peninsula or a couple of little stops next to the islands, so Vitality should be okay. We've got Alpha that's up to the north with the Expendables? One of the Expendables players? I don't know what's going on. Oh, Chloe's got called back. That's probably what happened. So he ended up making landfall up to the north. 4 Angry Men and Nemesis in no rush to make a move into the circle, as I think that they're waiting for the next one.
Yeah, and Alpha's absolutely hunting down Chloris. Yeah, the rest of the team is on the south side of Military Island. So Chloris, you are all by yourself. Alpha Gaming, I think, realizing that that is a desperately needed free point if they can get it. As we get a replay. This is going to be a long one because that was a lot of kills.
No, he doesn't have anything.
Oh, no.
Well, he has a friend now.
He's got a friend. He's got a pan and a buddy.
Does he have the pan? I thought it was Alpha that had the pan.
Oh, it was Alpha. Oh, I think they realized.
Yeah, he's got nothing. Let's crawl laying down on the ground. They're going to execute him. No, this is terrible, guys. Oh, my God, glorious. What do you do? No. Of course it was Tycon. Tycon's good banter between the boys is, all right, Chloe is dead for a second time before we even hit phase 2.
Oh, my God. Oh, sometimes it just be that way. And Tycon had to be the one that did it. Well, the rest of the Expendables do have a really nice position here in this circle. You can see GTE there, just on that western side of Sosnovka. They have that the crossroads kind of actually have a lot of stuff taken down there, considering there are only 3. We'll see if they stick around with that, and if they do, for how long. Tyloo, meanwhile, 4 deep in the boat, coming around on that south side. You see Vitality has already made landfall, so if Vitality sticks around, they might spot this out.
Yeah, this is a lot of very weird rotates that we kind of have brewing around. Update with the Team Liquid. They repositioned away as Godlike's going to be just to the east of them. Anyone's Legend's going to have the eastern bridge on approach pretty clear. Sharper's still kind of watching what's going on with Genji as well as Full Sense across the western bridge. Tyloo, landfall with Vitality, kind of like what you were watching. You mentioned with them kind of watching it. The rest of the circle, mostly calm. JDG is going to be playing to the northern hillsides. T1 is going to be next to Godlike, but nobody's playing military base proper itself. It's all the hillside, so it's it feels like everybody's expecting this to lean a bit north, and if anything, it feels like the circles have been pulling south on here.
Surprisingly calm, I would say. Even though we have lost 5 already.
Like, silence for Chloris.
I mean, yeah, moment of silence. Sorry, Chloris. But I mean, yeah, it feels like maybe the fact that this is the entirety of the. Oh my God, that's a circle shift.
Oh, all right. So, I guess the northern play was the right approach for these teams. That means the ones down the south, Twisted Minds, Vitality, Tyloo, going to have to make a move. Game of the Expendables, a couple of options that they can rotate in a little bit easier. Full Sense, though, Sharper actually calls an emergency pickup from the Lighthouse. I'm curious to see what they do.
Yeah, that's an interesting play. I mean, I wonder if they were going to pop it regardless, and then they popped it without seeing where the circle went. And now it's just going directly east to west. That's going to be a tough one. We'll see if we can get it here. As Vitality gets spotted out. Oh, he's in the middle of the open. There you go. Batu will take down Quizzy. And that'll be another point picked up for the boys in pink. As now the rest of Twisted kind of keeping eyes over in that direction. I mean, remember, Tyloo, Vitality there, this is all outside of zone. So I think Vitality was positioning themselves to take this fight to Tyloo and didn't realize that Twisted had eyes.
Yeah, this is 2 teams that are wanting points, to say the least. Tied up 20 between 2 of them. Vitality taking the casualty early will make Vitality a bit more hesitant on dealing with Tyloo, but it's not like they can really do much. Red Zone on top of them, Twisted to the north. We also do have Nemesis and Alpha coming in from the very far north. They were kind of eaten out in the blue, never came down to Military Base Island, so they might just stop in that northern section around the bridges, the peninsula, something else like that. Is watching Sharper on the map, and it looks like they're going to wait and cut above kind of where Godlike's at and where they've got their gliders. I think that they're going for the hills just to the west of the bridge. You know, that little bit of a ridge line that drops down into the water, kind of close to where we saw Kurt playing from earlier.
Yeah, a little cliffside action here for Sharper. And it looks like they're going to land in time and then be able to force Godlike away. So no harm, no foul for Sharper. And meanwhile, the Expendables, remember, they were down to 3 in that western side of Sosnovka. They just sent it right to the middle, and they managed to get 2 into the shed, the sniper tower just to the east of Team Liquid, who are still holding that 2-2 split, keeping eyes on that coastline. So we'll see how long Team Liquid hold on to this now that everybody's starting to funnel down into them.
Well, they have the benefit that really 3 teams aren't up here. 4, if you count that Navi's already been eliminated, because 4 Angry Men have also kind of moved over close to Alpha on the main island, not military base island. Gen G is doing a couple of shots to rebuff Full Sense over here, so Team Liquid's going to get the focal point of the red zone all the way down to the south, so it's still a very quiet circle, and it's just due to the fact that this is so much water. Team already down, couple of teams playing to the north. The southern section of this can support this many teams comfortably, so there's no need for like a big push or a desperate play yet.
Yeah, still a number of teams up on the mainland too. You see Nemesis being one of them, making their way through Milta. Obviously, they were one of our teams that dropped in Lippo and they actually transitioned all the way up to Yaz to do their looting. So they've been eating a lot of blue zone as they wait to see where the next. Oh my goodness, Matt! What are we doing?
Yeah.
That is so much water here in C3.
And it's a lot of just coastline when you really look at it. So the teams down to the south actually in a bit more trouble. Nemesis, what are you going to do over into the east? 4 Angry Men has to figure out if they're going to go after Alpha. Alpha's kind of now stuck on this peninsula. They're hopping in vehicles, but 4 Angry Men can really hold them back. Shin gets the shots onto Simon. He's going to go down. And now Alpha, who had eyes onto the coastline, suddenly getting punished. Gen G is even taking shots at Alpha. This is a big problem, as Duckbite is still back behind 4 Angry Men, so maybe he can play anchor, maybe he can get an angle, but I don't know. Twisted just going to send it. They're going straight to the coast.
I mean, the rich just get richer. How do they pull this off? And they keep everybody alive going through that gauntlet. They find just the smallest ridgeline here, and they keep all 4 players up. Somehow, some way, Twisted manages to pull it off once again. As Nemesis now crossing the bridge, you see Sharper kind of eyes all over here towards Twisted. They're not even seeing Nemesis do this, but maybe anyone's legend will, as they're wrapping down. Yes, Sololzi's going to spot him out, and a few shots will be sent down.
It looks like they're going to just try to gatekeep this. Anyone's legend making a full commitment in, a couple of shots on Melman, slow him down. Sololzi wants to try to get more. Going to go ahead and use that other side, you know, the walkways. It's just wide enough for the vehicles, so get some separation there. Delwyn will have time to now regroup with the rest of anyone's legend. But Nemesis, you've got onto the island, but you still have to deal with all the gatekeeping. Anyone's legend doesn't want to stay. They're realizing that this is going to throw out their timings if they sit here for too long. I think that they're going to go more over into the hillsides, down into the west where they're presently playing. Vitality has gotten over here and looks like they're just going to try to be playing along these ridge lines. Nemesis, you don't have too many options, and this is going to send you right into the Sharper pathing.
Yeah, but Sharper's still just focused in on Twisted Minds, so they may not have any idea that Nemesis is coming around here. I think maybe now, yeah, they're finally going to see it now. They finally hear the engines, and Nemesis is just going to send it right on in, and they'll be able to get right on the doorstep of Tanawat here. As you see, Vitality will get their fallen member back, but they will have their work cut out for them as they're trying to play in from that south side.
Okay, Nemesis, you need to get some points here. You've got to fight your way up. Sharper's at 27. Tanawat's going to be the guy that's holding the defensive position, and it is all of Nemesis that is walking into his face. There's a couple of third parties that could happen at range, so the rest of Sharper can't get too involved just quite yet. It's all on Tanawat. He's got too many angles. Giftex is going to be the one to take him down. And now it's Nemesis starting to bully their way in, but instantly getting punished for doing so.
Yeah, this is Twisted Minds. They had an angle on this, albeit a small one, and they'll at least take a few shots over there as the utility will get sent in onto the compound. Jedi will have to open the door and have to get on out, but that's a double blue zone grenade. He's going to do a lot of damage. Diffix will get the spray, and Jedi will go down. And now Thunders looks like he's all by himself. Where's Earth Zapalui? He's still off in the flanking angle. There's nothing really he can do.
New circle has popped. It still keeps in a little bit of that peninsula up to the north where 4 Angry Men as well as Alpha are going to be playing at. That means that Nemesis has to run, and they've got to run right through Sharper as well as Twisted Minds. Down to the south, Vitality's hopped inside their vehicles. T1's going to be right next to him, and they're going to be running right down into the Team Liquid sightlines where Gen G's also going to be at. Nemesis doesn't look like they like to make the push directly in on foot. Maybe they might be trying to see if they can ready up vehicles and run along this coastline, but I don't know. Twisted, Sharper, both going to be trying to hold it back, and now even Godlike is trying to take a couple of shots, and Nemesis, I think, is realizing it's too hot here, but it's going to be too hot anywhere.
There's nothing they can do. There's absolutely nothing they can do. King Kong will go taken down, so Tyloo will get eliminated, and they will fall short of that cut line, so they'll be our second team that we will bid farewell to, as we see Vitality now still trying to fight their way in from that southwestern side. Looks like they're going to pick a good time, as Full Sense is just finishing up with their battle with Tyloo. Only 2 of them left alive, and they're going to escape. Thanadol and Belmoth going to send it to the coast, see if they can survive a little bit longer, but Gen G is looking over in that direction as well.
I'm having memories of PUBG Online and Mermaid sending it into the water, because there is still just so much water, and it's so coastal. You just have to fight along it and run, or it's going to be the guy that watches Nemesis pass. He's got himself a little divot, and he's going to hide out inside of it. But Tulins, though, is going to spawn out, so said, and Nemesis is making a run for some form of safety. They've got the hills here. Godlike going to take a couple of shots. It's just a bit from everyone, and now it's just down to Melman running right into the face of where T1 is going to be trying to defend. Where can he even stop? T1 looks around and types. Going to finish it off. Nemesis falters.
Team Nemesis, I mean, again, there was just no good option for them. And all they could really do was just send it and hope and pray. And unfortunately, their prayers were not answered this time around. But Godlike now looks like they're posturing for a fight here with Twisted. Those last 2 players from Sharp are still coming in on the outside, though, so Twisted looking over in that direction for another 2 free points.
Anyone's legend hop in the vehicles, they've just got to send it right down into JDG. Salols, he finds a big explosion, jumps out. Is it going to be enough to give him the control? Full regroup trying to happen for JDG. 3 players still up, make it 2. Punishment coming out, and there is so little to be played on the outside. It is crossfire galore over here if you're not careful. Now Cole just has to sit on the outside and watch as his home is taken from him.
And he just knows that it's not going to be enough, man. JDG down in 14th place, down to just cold 119. He's going to try to get at least another point, but it's not going to happen. Destroy will take him down, and that will be anyone's legend climbing above the cut line, and they are looking pretty safe. 27 points, 3 alive. They've got a compound. New circle's going to pop, and they're going to be in it. Everybody on the north side finally going to have to finish off here, but 4 a.m. Vitality Alpha, I mean, at least Vitality was able to get Levante across the river, and Hasameme for 4 a.m. is alive as well, but looks like Twisted Minds and maybe Godlike.
Yep.
After finishing off this fight with Sharper, yeah, now it's going to be a time for a scrap on the east.
Is Godlike going to commit in? They don't want to run down into this firefight with Twisted Minds back behind him, and they know exactly who they're fighting up against. Nades coming out. Nice counter nades coming. Tony gets a knock onto 1. Example gets a counter knock onto Tony. So equalized blood so far, while Team Liquid are just kind of supervising and watching. High ground does favor it. Is going to be Godlike, but how do they want to run into this? It is going to be Twisted Minds on a full defensive perimeter around multiple trees, and I don't know if Godlike's just trying to stall out Twisted or if they want all of them dead.
Almost feels like they have to take this fight, because if they go to the south, T1 has eyes on them. Team Liquid would have eyes on them from the compound. There's just nothing really they can do except for push into Twisted. They get that opening knock, but Twisted Minds' utility work has been S tier, and they'll find another one as Example gets the knock on a Fauna.
Don't run into us. Well, we'll just run into you. Example just full on balls out, charges at Godlike, and now Godlike in a ton of trouble. There is nowhere for them to go. Vehicle is just roaming, ghosts everywhere, as now another one's going to catch some airtime, and T1 is just feasting off of all these teams that are rolling right on top of them.
And the South was always going to be certain death for Godlike, and they knew it, but they had no other choice here as Vitality.
Vitality wins the North.
Looks like Quizzy, Quizzy wins the North, and he'll be able to hop in the water. A few shots being sent over in that direction, but he does have Levante holding down the beachhead on the beach right now. Twisted Minds, they have to go somewhere. Hasameme, though, he's got good position. He will get taken down by Example.
More cars catching some airtime, and it looks like Team Liquid spotted it, but isn't in a position to do too much more, so instead run into one of our more aquatic mortar holes that we have set up over here. Is Team Liquid's just going to be to the south of this position. Vitality is still just kind of holding down the wreckage of a boat over right along the coast, and it's going to be Levante waiting for Quizzy to regroup. Gen G's got most of the center on control, but the hillside, the Team Liquid is now starting to fight for some level of control over, is going to be where we also have T1 as well as anyone's legend down to the south.
This cut line is so chaotic. Look at that. Three-way tie at 22 points. Full Sense holding the line in 8th with 23, but only 2 players left alive on the western side. Nobody looking over in their direction just yet, as we see Twisted Minds will loot up here, but Quizzy's going to get spotted by Salute.
Yeah, Team Liquid gets gets one more kill. Everything that they can find right now, that puts them into the top 8 for now. But like you're saying, it's 24, 24, 24, 23. And this is getting scarier by the moment. Sharper out early, 27 points. And there's everybody on the pack chasing up back behind them. It feels like they are no longer safe as everybody is coming alive the moment they need to.
Oh my goodness. Gen G holding on to 8th right now, and they've still got 4 alive, but Team Liquid with 4 up, they are fighting their way in from the east. We'll see if Full Sense can survive a little bit longer here. I think they realize the situation as well, and at the moment, they're fairly safe on playing on the other side of these hills. Nobody has an angle onto them, but they have to move. Once again, Gen G on the clock as well, 4 alive, but they are going to get pressed from all sides. They have to be ready for this push from anyone's legend.
And then they've got to be ready because Full Sense is going to use that opportunity back behind him. 2 players for Gen G down to the south, going to be trying to gatekeep out anyone's legend. Team Liquid has to push in from the east. Most of their hillside also going to be now abandoned. C4s opened up the door last time. It looks like maybe that's what they're going to use to go after Gen G this time. Gen G actually going to surrender the compound fast and early. Tonight, I don't know if anyone's legend has the Full Sense on this one. And nope, they're not even going to go for the C4. They pull it all off. Everything's going to be fine and good. They get themselves a compound. Good read coming up from, I believe it was Delwyn that spotted it. So, Twisted Minds, time to see how you're going to handle your approach into the circle, as it's a ton of smokes down, mostly going onto that hillside where Team Liquid's at.
All right, and Team Liquid have to fight their way into the circle, so let's take a minute to listen into their comms as they figure out how to approach this late game.
Kind of smoking out. One on the triangle.
Yep.
I can nade that.
The body over here I can loot?
Yeah, that's 2 smokes. There's 2 there.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna nade it. I'm gonna nade it right now. I'm gonna nade it. I'm gonna nade it right now. Do you have double nade?
Yep, nade.
They're running to the tree. Running to the tree. They're trying to fight us, guys.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's behind that first pyramid.
Do we have anything to play with this card?
Guys, someone needs a smoke to blue for us as well, like 2 smokes.
I don't have any smokes.
Who
has smokes? Okay.
I've got 1. I don't want to waste it.
I'm the driver flare.
Okay. I can cover flare somewhere.
And make sure we have
one's on close tree. One's on close tree.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna nade him. I shall just peek.
He's running.
Pushing. They have a close smoke. They have a little bit of a ridge.
Nading me.
Play into Cowboy. Easy.
We no longer have a car.
There was a coast guy. Careful for that, Luke.
There you go. They will take down Twisted Minds, and that's going to push them all the way up into 7th place. It doesn't look like they know it right off the bat, but that might secure their spot in the grand final, as now Sharper at 27 is the cut.
How much more can be found from the teams in the hunt? Anyone's legend, comfy cozy, but that's going to be about it. Team Liquid, just enough, but there's still 3 teams on the climb back behind, and Vitality is going to have safety of the circle up into the north for the time being. Does the circle continue to favor them? Where is it going to pop? Right on the other side of Vitality. So enough for Levante to just creep forward.
He's just drinking water.
Be happy. Hey, he's surrounded by water. He's trying to imbibe his environment. Is the question now comes. Gen G, Full Sense, Vitality. Can you find more? Anyone's legend. How are you going to approach the circle? It looks like they might have eyes onto Gen G's position.
Levante, cold as ice, man. Well, I mean, to be fair, he's in probably one of the safer positions. Nobody's looking over in that direction. Team Liquid actually focused on that Anyone's Legend compound and also trying to avoid Gen G. But you heard the comms. They are running out of smokes. They don't have much concealment left. And I think they know it.
It's going to be a long way to dig.
Yeah, that is. They are in a lot of trouble, and they're going to throw down those Doritos as best they can. But only 1 smoke left in the bag, it sounded like, for all of them, and Gen G is just in beautiful position here.
I mean, not even all of their players just in yet, but Anyone's Legend is what they're most nervous about. They know about, Gen G knows about Full Sense back behind them, I believe. They took a couple of shots earlier, but Full Sense is going to use the distraction of Gen G taking the shots at Anyone's Legend. They're going to hop in their vehicles. They're going to move coastline. That could spell a problem for Levante, or it could spell a problem for Full Sense, depending on how this goes. Salute going to be the guy that's holding that back. So a couple of shots on Full Sense, but they're going to continue running forward, using distraction on the other side. Team Liquid looks like they're trying to converge, see if they can find the kills fast enough. They're trying to prep up nades coming out from Gen G, just barely there at the end, so it's a little bit of everybody that gets it, including Destroy taking down Delwyn. Now, Team Liquid, you have to push yet again, and Gen G is going to be trying to hold you back.
And importantly, Purdy Curdy going to get one of those kills as well, so that'll get them 1 more point to put them above the cut line here, as now Full Sense and Vitality, Things are starting to run away from him here. Gen G is going to be active, get a grenade. It's not going to fall though, but they will get the knock on a Luke.
Levante just watching this at range, knows exactly what's going on. Gen G are just spinning on every single target to try to take control of the circle and keep a hold of it. Looks like Team Liquid might have spotted out what's going on with Levante. No, Levante actually spots out Alo. He gets the shots. Team Liquid limping into the circle. 29 points. Ooh. Vitality is going to get eliminated. That's going to be another point in the bag for Team Liquid on the climb. They are now fine, so it's about how much can Full Sense get?
Full Sense down to 2, but Thanadol's going to go down to the Molotov. Beautifully placed Molotov from Soul, but Belmoth's still alive. He's got the hard cover. He's got his back up against the water, and Gen G is starting to run out of utility. They've got to do something. They are knocking each other out in the smokes. Bean's going to take down Soul. Could that cause trouble for Gen G?
Full Sense just needs a point right now to try to catch up to Gen G. Team Liquid's getting time to reset themselves before they have to make this assault. Salute's focused on this other side. Soul down pretty low on life, while D looks like it's going to be a bit more of a commitment. Salute has to keep the focus. He has to keep Team Liquid stalled over here. Team Liquid doesn't have much to work with, just this little bit of a ridge line. Salute's got the high ground advantage over. Full Sense has been taking their time. They've got themselves back up to 2, but Gen G, looking at this circle, there is not much inside of it for themselves, and they realize that they might have made a commitment a bit much into Full Sense and surrendered some territory control over it. Team Liquid. Salute cannot go down, otherwise Team Liquid gets so much more authority in this circle.
Gen G just didn't have the utility. They didn't have the utility left in the bag to take down Full Sense easily, and they know it. They're going to have to slow down here, and they're leaving Salute all by himself to keep eyes on Team Liquid, but for good enough, I mean, honestly, Team Liquid is content to just let Gen G deal with Full Sense and just hide in the dips for now, as D will do the spray down. They're going to try to get the vehicles to explode, but they're not going to find a knock off of it.
There's already enough dips from the explosions over here, but Full Sense is not inside the circle. They still need to get a little bit further forward. Blue Zone is encroaching on them. Oh, the vehicle, the explosion. It is enough, but Thanadol still needs to move forward just a little bit more. Can he find anything else? Headshot to the face. It feels like Full Sense are so close. They're so close to the circle. They're so close to finding another point, but Gen G will just let nothing happen for them. Blue Zone now on top of them. Full Sense, what do you even do now? If you go for any type of peek over, feeds it over to the blue. Full Sense is going to go down in 9th place.
And that will be enough to secure Gen G and Team Liquid into the final stage. They put in the work in this crazy, crazy final game. Hard shifts all the way to the water. Luke 12 will get the knock on the Salute. Let's see if Team Liquid can put an exclamation point on this final game, but Cowboy's going to get taken down by Bean.
Gen G regroups. Bean finds great angles. Suddenly it's Luke. Team Liquid were holding down this position for so long, but Gen G respond so fast after they managed to take down Full Sense. Gen G had control for forever, and they managed to keep it until the end. Gen G victory all the way.
Goodness gracious. The Cardiac Cats, the Gen G Tigers, leaving it all the way to the very end to secure their spot. Team Liquid right there with them. Big moment for these two teams as they managed to just eke out a finals appearance here in the final game. A wild final game. Toffees and Avenger, those hardships all the way back to the water every single time. I don't think anybody was expecting that.
Not expecting and not prepared. How do you prepare yourself for a circle like that with no cover on the north side? That's like old school chaos. Also, I love that water goes into holes built like dug on the beach. That's the first time I've seen that, and that was pretty neat. So that was a cool end game. Liquid fought back though. I was really impressed the way they played this, Martin.
Yeah, and they completely destroyed the chances and hopes of Na'Vi making it into the final year. A little bit sad. I thought summer was over, guys, but we're back. We're back to the beaches.
Oh, glorious!
Yeah, I'll tell you, Na'Vi looked like they were stuck on the beaches. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know what changes are coming down the pipeline. To go from winning a PGS, he put his hands up. At least they're having fun with it. That said, though, to go from winning a PGS to finishing 16th here and having such a bad 3-game series, like, that is an astronomical fall from grace, meteoric, like Icarus level stuff.
I mean, Avenger, you know this team better than anybody, right? You use your squad. Like, is this the kind of thing? Like, is this circuit something that you then look at the team and you're like, okay, we got to make a change?
Well, gee, let me wonder why that happened. Well, maybe no change a winning recipe, right? They won a PGS, guys, and we changed into saying, "Oh, Ferris, you were a great IGL. And now you're fragging as well. Let's put you into the fragging role and let someone else IGL here." That's what, from my point of view, that's the biggest mistake you can do, right? You have a winning recipe, you don't change it, right? It's the same reason why a lot of the beverages we've been drinking for 100 years are staying the same-ish.
Yep, I've been drinking the same water, and I'm not changing it.
Other side of that, though, Team Liquid qualifying, coming up with a clutch here whenever they needed it, and Gen G actually having a decent day.
It's been a long time, and they got the win despite Bean trying his best to prevent it and running Soul over, Matt.
Oh my god. I mean, that was a weird circle to take control over, to say the least. But I mean, you are right, Poro. It was not the best of starts for Gen G, as we did see that, like, what is it? The bridge did them wrong on the circles in game number 1, but then I guess the coastlines did them okay in game number 5.
Well, I mean, you saw what the plan was coming in. Like, in a 5-game set, they feel like their best opportunity to make it into the top 8 is to go out and hunt down fights. And unfortunately for them, the first couple of games didn't go too well, but the last one specifically, ended up going a lot better, as you see our man of the match in Mr. Bean. 409 damage, 4 kills. But yeah, you know what? You take it, and he's going to be happy with the fact that they made the final.
Yep. He has been the soul of this team, and I think that a little bit of a slide off over the last couple of events, but coming back up, it's good to see him qualifying. I think it feels like heaven for them. So I think this is a team that you have to do it yourself. You have to go out there. You have to find the points. 18 for them is going to get them up there into the qualifying position. That's all that matters. Team Liquid, also a big qualifier. They played that game very, very aggressively, but very, very well. And to me, I'm also stuck on Full Sense, man. Defending world champions, by the way, denying with 1 point left to go, Poro. I got to question it.
I mean, what else is he going to do? That just
fight.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, I don't think they were keeping track of the points as well. Like I don't. There's some teams that I think that are better at keeping track of the kill feed and doing all that stuff. But there you go. There's your leaderboard, and there is your top 8 that'll be joining the final stage.
We said the cutoff was around 30. Nailed it. And that's what it comes out to, is exactly the cut number. Gam, the Expendables right on the line. Alpha and Liquid just above that. Full Set, Sharper, Vitality. These teams, they put up a run there at the end, but it just was not enough, as 27 points will not cut the mustard. Match records going to go ahead and be said as we take a look back at our teams. A salute to them, playing very, very well. But at the end of the day, I just don't buy it. Gen G still not enough to win a championship for me right now, Avenger, as I look at it. Great last game, but championship, I'm skeptical.
Yeah, you got to question it a little bit if you have to have that last game big pop-off to get into the cutoff here. But still, happy to see these guys are evolving here. And now that we've been saying this, I wonder that they might pop off in the final, right? So let's not get ahead of ourselves to see what happens tomorrow.
Here is who takes the field of battle tomorrow. It is the grand final. This is what we've been waiting for 3 weeks to get to this spot. The 8 teams who are already there qualified in a basically combined score, and in doing so, between those top 8 teams, I think it is like 7 world championships this year alone where they've lifted the trophy. So the guys who made it through today, they do not by any means have an easy journey ahead of them, Poro.
No, they sure don't. That is a murderer's row for sure of teams, and especially now that we're down to 15 or up to 15 games, I should say. Adjustments, day-to-day adjustments are going to be a lot more important, and some teams are just much better at that than others, and we're going to see that on full display.
So we start on the grassy pastures and on the grassy pastures tomorrow. But as a reminder, $300,000 in this prize pool. And how many points for the winner for PGS points, Martin? How many is it, Avenger?
It's 120 points.
All right, well, let's check in with the stage.
We have Doug Juice from GM The Expendables with us here. Let's say hello to the audience.
Hi everyone.
Congratulations on grabbing the last ticket to the final stage. How do you feel like the exactly moment you knew that you were right on the cut line?
The moment I saw Fusen got eliminated, I feel, yeah.
How's your teammates' reaction?
I don't know, because at that moment I was so scared. I would go go in the bathroom to, you know.
All right. I like that. Means everything, I think.
Yeah.
But let's talk about past 2 weeks, because what you learned over the past 2 weeks that maybe helped you perform better in the final stage of Circuit 3?
We still need to learn more, you know. We're not like a top team right now, so we need to learn more about good team. We need to learn more about how they play, what their tactical is, or how they movement. So we need to learn more every day.
Yeah, let's go deeper, because you mentioned that you're maybe not the top team, and especially you just right on the cutoff line. So people might don't regard you as a top team, as a strong team. Will that affect how you see yourself? Do you think you still have like competitive enough in the final stage?
I think we still have something to do in the PGS 9, because we have a lot of 16 plays, so we need to get in the top 8 place. So yeah, I hope this PGS 9 we got into the top 8.
Yeah, but it's a new start in tomorrow's PGS 9 final stage. What's your target? What's your goal?
Yeah, we only need to get into the top 8. As I say, we don't need champion or top 3, just into the top 8. So yeah.
All right. Let's looking forward to you guys what to performance in tomorrow's game. So let's see you in the final stage. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I like that honesty. All that matters is the top 8. Stop asking me those questions. Listen, I qualified. Okay, that's what's important. I respect the duck juice, as he says. It was stressful. You got to make that play, and that's what sets teams apart, Match'em. What determines the greats from the also-rans is the ability to sort of step up, do what you need to, and then win a game.
And that's one of the things that the Expendables have had some issues with. I mean, there is no arguing on that. This is a squad that has a lot of firepower, but it's kind of similar to Na'Vi, has had a lot of trouble approaching specifically the mid game. It does seem like they're kind of slowing down their pacing and trying to keep their firefight up for the later stages, which is having some, I guess, resurgence for them as far as points go, but it doesn't feel like it's stable yet. And this is a squad that, whenever we look at historically, the Expendables were always go big, go home style squads. This is a different style of play to have to be more conservative to make sure that they can keep their points just to qualify.
Well, the style of play, the idea that you can now just make the top 8 is gone. Done and dusted, as Sims would have said back in the day. This is the moment where you start tomorrow, 15 games to set the statement that you're not only the winner here, but you're set to the PGC road. Because at the end of the day, we're close. We're 3/4 of the year done. PGC looms large in the distance. You don't want to leave it to the last PGS cycle to qualify. This is your moment to sort of get ahead of the pack, and that's what's about to start. Before we get into that, I do love final thoughts. So I want to get final thoughts from you guys, either on what happened today or looking forward to tomorrow before we sign out for the afternoon, evening, morning, wherever it is, wherever you are. So let's jump off. Final thoughts. Poro.
It's exciting to see the Twisted Minds. Looks like they've found a little something. And also, welcome to the finals, T1 and 4 a.m. Also looking like they're a little bit on the upswing. So that might make things a little bit more interesting here in this final 15 games. But I am so excited for it. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, guys, make sure you come back tomorrow.
Martin, what do you got?
I was gonna be like, is he gonna say goodbye? Everyone else is not gonna have a chance there. Bye. But yeah, obviously T1 here, having missed 3 finals, this was their chance to come in and kind of get back to that. Even though Twisted Minds has been into so many, well, all of them, they have not had these big finals movements here. So this confidence could be the resurgence from Twisted Minds that we really need to see. If they're ever to, as this team, get a PGC win, this would be their time to ramp up and towards that.
Well, it's time for everybody to wrap up as we get ready for... No, I'm kidding. Matt, go ahead. What do you got? Final thoughts?
I'll keep it easy, man. It's time. Let's get hype. We're going into 15-game circuit. That's going to be 3 days of action. Can't wait to see it. You know, a couple of squads have been leaning into like a more consistent fashion, such as VP. Could be great for them. 17's on their own come up. Made in Thailand looming. We're just watching like the Survivor Series. Now we've got to get the dogs that managed to not have to fight their way through it because they were in the top 8 already. This is going to be a great weekend. Make sure you guys stay tuned for all 3 days of the action.
Matt is dead on. 3 days of action and the Dogs of War are calling. 8 stood above the fray and waited for battle. The final 8 were determined today in a barn burner of a qualification. But now we have the Big 16, the Apex Predators, ready to go. So make sure you're here, same time, same place tomorrow to kick off a 3-day 5 games a day series. 15 overall, $300,000 on the line, as well as a massive amount of PGS points. It is going to be awesome. You need to be here. On behalf of myself, Matchroom, Avenger, Porosaurus, the entire production team, Crafton, and all of the players, thank you so much for spending your day with us. And until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.